Chapter 1615. The ice snow ginseng fruit and the immortal tree fruit were the rare divine fruits that could bring the dead back to life. When they were combined, their marvelous effects were amazing. Even if someone was about to die, they would be pulled back to life. Moreover, although Xiao Feng looked like he was frozen to death, his will to take revenge was still there. His god's soul wasn't frozen and destroyed. He still had a wisp of consciousness left. If Ling Xiao had come 1 year later, no incipient god realm expert could have saved him. Today, as the power of the 2 divine fruits fell into his stomach, it had activated the consciousness in his god soul. He had recovered a little bit of consciousness. He urged the divine technique to absorb the power of the divine fruits. The surging medicinal power entered Xiao Feng's dantian and nourished his 4 limbs and 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A large amount of icy cold air was gradually expelled from his body, and a warm aura enveloped him from the outside, causing his consciousness to gradually clear up. Ling Xiao could feel Xiao Feng's movement. He cheered up immediately. Grandpa Xiao is still alive. As long as he still had a trace of power, these 2 divine fruits could save his life. Ling Xiao finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Xiao Feng had once saved his life and imparted the dragon subduing palm to him. Xiao Feng was indeed his benefactor. Now that he could save Xiao Feng's life, firstly, he had returned the favor, and secondly, he could give Xiao Ling a satisfactory answer. The other members of the Ice Clan around also felt the strange situation. They exhaled in relief. They were afraid that if they couldn't save him, Ling Xiao would regret his decision and kill their entire clan. Ling Xiao emitted a strong fire attribute energy, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. He did his best to speed up the recovery of Xiao Feng's body heat and expel the cold qi. A day had passed and Xiao Feng had already recovered some of his movements under the 2 divine trees. His stiff body finally moved slightly, and specks of golden light began to appear on his body. It was the sign that Xiao Feng was urging his god power fast. It was lucky that when he came to challenge Bing Weishui, he had reached the low level of Great Master Realm. Otherwise, with his peak god realm or half-incipient god realm, he would have been frozen to death. After 3 days, Xiao Feng could already sit cross-legged in the air. His divine power had already started to recover. Much of the icy water was dispersed, and strands of icy aura were expelled from his body. The smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. He thought to himself, Grandpa Xiao is fine. I can take him to see Linger and surprise her. After the 5th day, Xiao Feng's aura had recovered more than half. He finally opened his eyes, revealing a thick, brutal aura. Bing Weishui, give me your life. Xiao Feng screamed in fear. The energy around his body flashed as he slapped a palm toward Ling Xiao. A golden dragon shadow roared and stormed toward Ling Xiao. The palm shadow with the complete palm intent wasn't ordinary at all. Unfortunately, he was just at the low level of Great Master Realm and he had only recovered half of his power. How could he hurt Ling Xiao with this kind of power? Ling Xiao dodged Xiao Feng's palm and shouted, Grandpa Xiao, wake up. I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's voice contained a bit of a dragon's roar, shaking Xiao Feng's mind and dispersing his brutal aura, causing him to stop moving. Xiao Feng's aura weakened and his eyes became sluggish. After a while, his divine eyes finally returned to normal. He turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked with a confused expression, You saved me? He clearly remembered that he was frozen by Bing Weishui. He wanted to break the ice, but it was in vain. In the end, he lost consciousness in shame. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Grandpa Xiao, your enemy Bing Weishui has been killed by me. Your revenge has been avenged. Don't worry about it anymore. Xiao Feng's expression stiffened. Then, he revealed a crazed expression and shouted, Bing Weishui is dead. That bastard is finally dead. The heavens have eyes. Xiao Feng's divine eyes shed tears, filled with sorrow. It could be seen how emotional he was to be avenged. Thinking back to when he was still a low-level divine king, he and his wife traveled the world. Unfortunately, they met Bing Weishui, who was a peak-level divine king at that time. Bing Weishui took a fancy to his wife's beauty and actually took his wife away. Then he humiliated her to death. At that time, Xiao Feng was suppressed by someone. Seeing that tragic scene, he could not hope for eternal life. In the end, Xiao Feng was tortured to the point of death and was thrown into a place filled with many high-level holy beasts, leaving him to fend for himself. Fortunately, his will to live was strong, and he survived in the end. At that time, he swore that he would kill Bing Weishui to take revenge for his dead wife. For many years, he lived in hatred. He cultivated with all his might and did everything he could to find divine objects to advance. Then, he became a peak-level divine king and became one of the strongest Senjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon territory. However, when he wanted to find Bing Weishui for revenge, he heard that Bing Weishui had successfully advanced to the Supreme Realm. At that time, he almost gave up on the idea of revenge and wanted to commit suicide. It was also at that time that he picked up Shaoling. Under the influence of Shaoling's ethereal body, his hostility and hatred gradually subsided. The peak power that he hadn't felt for a long time showed signs of loosening. Therefore, he raised Shaoling and established a relationship between grandfather and grandson. Because of that, he understood many things and had the opportunity to enter the Supreme Realm. After Ling Xiao appeared, he entrusted Shaoling to Ling Xiao so that after he broke through, he could fight Bing Weishui. Even if his strength was weaker, he didn't mind self-detonating to drag Bing Weishui down with him. Unfortunately, Bing Weishui had a helper. Under the joint attack of the three great masters, he was frozen. Xiao Feng cried, but Ling Xiao didn't stop him. He knew that Xiao Feng needed to vent. Only after he vented, he would feel better. The members of the Ice Clan had left the place. They knew that staying here would only make things awkward for Ling Xiao. After half a day, Xiao Feng finally calmed down. The tears on his face had dried, and his eyes were numb. Ling Xiao didn't know when he had taken out 2 jars of liquor. He slightly moved his palm, and the 2 jars of liquor were broken. The strong smell of medicine diffused. Grandpa Qiao, Granny Qiao's soul in heaven has been comforted. Don't be sad anymore. Ling Heir has been looking for you. Let's toast to Granny Qiao. Ling Xiao said softly. He discovered that Xiao Feng was also a very loyal person. For the sake of taking revenge for the woman he loved, he constantly worked hard to become stronger. Just how much faith did he need to support this? Perhaps this was the power of love. Xiao Feng took the wine jar and drank it without a trace of politeness. As the liquor entered his stomach, he felt like his stomach was burning. His mind finally calmed down. Younger sister Zhu, your enemy is already dead. Your spirit in heaven can rest in peace. Xiao Feng raised the wine jar up high and shouted loudly. He poured the strong liquor away. Ling Xiao also drank a mouthful of liquor. Then he scattered the aroma in this empty space. One day later, Xiao Feng had regained his composure. However, there was still a hint of sadness between his brows. Ling Xiao, thank you. Xiao Feng said to Ling Xiao solemnly. He didn't expect that the young man he saved by chance would be promoted to this level in just 100 years. It was unbelievable. Ling Xiao smiled. Grandpa Qiao, please don't say that. If you didn't save me, Ling Xiao, wouldn't be alive now. He paused for a moment and said, Ling Heir has been looking for you. Why don't we go to see her together? I believe that girl will be very happy. Well, let's go. That girl is considerate. She has suffered all these years. Xiao Feng said with a trace of tenderness. It could be said that he had considered Xiao Ling as his own granddaughter. She was the only comfort in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He went with Xiao Feng to the Xiao family's territory. He would come back to the Ice Clan's territory in the future because he also cultivated Ice Class. This was because he was also an Ice-attributed cultivator. If he could obtain an Ice-attributed Origin Frost Force, it would be able to increase his combat power and cultivation power. Now, after Shi Yan and Xiao Feng left to see Xiao Ling, he had to go to the Lotus Cult to see if there was any news about Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. When the 2 incipient God Realm experts arrived above the Xiao family's battlefield, they immediately attracted the experts of the Xiao family. Which noble guest has come to our Xiao family? Xiao Jingren's voice arose slowly. He was an ancestor of the Xiao family with the cultivation base of peak middle-level supreme expert. Today, his aura had almost reached the peak of peak middle-level supreme expert. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the high level. The reason why he was able to improve was because he frequently spent time with Xiaoling. It allowed his comprehension of energy to improve greatly, and it allowed his strength that had stagnated for a long time to grow once more. "Senior Xiao, how have you been?" Ling Xiao greeted Xiao Jingren. When Dragon Gate went to destroy the God Axe Gang, this ancestor of the Xiao family also came to help. He was a good friend. It turns out that Alchemist Ling has come. It's our Xiao family's honor. Xiao Jingren smiled intimately. The arrival of such a supreme alchemist was a good thing for any force. It would be even better if they could exchange him for the supreme god pellets. Ling Xiao introduced Xiao Jingren and Xiao Feng to Xiao Jingren before descending to the Xiao family's territory. "I've heard that Ling Heir has a grandfather. Turns out it's brother Qiao. You're the benefactor of our Xiao family," Xiao Jingren said to Xiao Feng enthusiastically. He thought to himself, "If I can persuade Xiao Feng to become the founding elder of our Xiao family, it will be the best." His thoughts couldn't escape Ling Xiao's senses. However, Ling Xiao didn't expose him. After all, Xiao Feng was alone. It was a good thing for Xiaoling to stay in the Xiao family. "I'm just going along with the flow. That little girl Ling is very likable. Anyone would save her," replied Xiao Feng with a bit of modesty. Chapter 16:16. After entering the Xiao family, Xiaoling couldn't help but cry tears of joy when she saw Xiao Feng and Ling Xiao. For Xiao Feng, this little girl had tried her best to cultivate. She didn't hesitate to use the king god pellets to reach the high-level king god realm. She wanted to reach the incipient god realm as soon as possible so that she could search for her grandfather all over the sky territory. It could be seen how highly she regarded Xiao Feng, her grandfather, in her heart. When Ling Xiao wasn't paying attention, Xiao Ling secretly kissed Ling Xiao. Then she blushed and said, "Thank you, brother Ling Xiao." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran away like a lark, causing everyone present to roar with laughter. Xiao Jingren had an idea. These two are the people that Ling Heir values the most in her life. With Ling Heir's help, it shouldn't be hard for Xiao Feng to stay as an offering elder. If we can persuade Ling Xiao to stay in our Xiao family, it will be a good thing. "Alchemist Ling, what do you think of my family's Ling Heir?" Xiao Jingren asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jingren and immediately saw through his thoughts. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Of course, Ling Heir is a rare good girl in this world. I have always treated her like my own younger sister. I know that Alchemist Ling thinks so, but I'm afraid Ling Heir doesn't think so. After so many years, many heroes of the profound sky region have come to propose marriage, but Ling Heir didn't even bother to look at them. Only you, Alchemist Ling." Xiao Jingren stroked his white beard. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted him. "Old Xiao, I understand what you're saying, but I will always treat Ling Heir as my younger sister. No matter what she needs me to do in the future, I, Ling Xiao, will not delay it even a little bit. As for the other things, let nature take its course." Xiao Jingren revealed a trace of awkwardness, but at the same time he felt pity in his heart. However, getting Ling Xiao's promise was worth it. Ling Xiao stayed in the Xiao family for a few days before he said his goodbyes. But before he left, Xiao Ling asked Ling Xiao to have a private chat. In front of a quiet and secluded pavilion in the Xiao family, Xiao Ling was dressed in a green robe. Her entire person carried a somewhat otherworldly aura, like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world, so beautiful that it was suffocating. Purely in terms of beauty, perhaps she couldn't compare to Yun Mingqi or Yan Dai Jiao, but in terms of temperament, she was far superior to the other women. She was a misty and ethereal woman, a graceful and beautiful woman. Ling Xiao accompanied her as they walked along the corridor of the Lotus Pond. His heart was free and at ease. With Xiao Ling's ethereal body, it was very easy to move other people's thoughts, allowing them to return to a calm and natural state, calmly experiencing everything. Xiao Ling didn't say anything, and Ling Xiao also didn't know what to say. He could faintly feel some of Xiao Ling's thoughts. "Brother Ling Xiao, thank you for saving grandfather." Xiao Ling's clear voice broke the silence. Ling Xiao faintly smiled and said, "You've already said this no less than 100 times." Xiao Ling's face was slightly red, and he coyly played with the corner of his robe, but he didn't know what to say. Ling Xiao walked to the middle of the corridor and stopped. He gazed at the golden-scaled fish in the water, and softly said, "Look at how happy they are playing and chasing each other. Carefree and carefree, how good would it be if we could also be like this?" Xiao Ling also stopped in her tracks. She stared at the fish and said softly, "That's right. That way we can all play together." "Haven't we always been together?" Ling Xiao casually replied. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ling lowered her head and said, "How long has it been since you came to see me? Is this called together?" After a pause, she raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. Her big eyes blinked a few times before she said, "Brother Ling Xiao, I'll also accompany you back to Dragon Gate, okay? I want to live with my other sister." "That's not very good." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. The implication of Xiao Ling's words was too obvious, and he didn't know what to say. Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes rippled with a little bit of mist, and she said, "Brother Ling Xiao, do you hate me?" Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "How could that be? Don't let your thoughts run wild." "Then why don't you want me to live with my other sister?" Xiao Ling said as tears flowed down her face. Ling Xiao panicked and immediately explained, "If you go to Dragon Gate to live with your other sister, your ancestors and parents will definitely be very sad. You have to think clearly." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Ling, if you can reach the Supreme Being realm and be able to fly freely through the domain, you can even take turns living here and there. I won't have any objections." Truthfully speaking, he only had the feeling of a brother and sister towards Xiao Ling, and he didn't have any feelings for her. She was too pure and kind, and she didn't have the slightest bit of scheming. So, he couldn't bear to destroy this most pure heart of hers. However, Ling Xiao didn't understand that although Xiao Ling could be considered pure, she was also a woman. She also longed to have the most perfect relationship, and hoped to have a lifelong partner who loved her. "All right, I'll listen to Brother Ling Xiao." Xiao Ling wiped away her tears and revealed a forced smile. She still couldn't muster up all the courage to say what she thought in her heart. Ling Xiao said, "Ling Heir, if there's anything in the future, remember to have someone inform me. I will definitely rush over as soon as possible. I'm going to the Lotus sect to find your sister-in-law Mingqi." With that, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and shot in the direction of the Lotus sect. Xiao Ling raised her head to look at the flying Ling Xiao, and her tears flowed again. She murmured, "Brother Ling Xiao, I don't want to be your sister." Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't hear her words. However, Ling Xiao, who was high in the sky, had already understood her thoughts. He sat on the back of the dragon horse, took out a jar of strong wine, and started to drink. "It can't be helped that I'm handsome. Every woman likes me, but I can't be so selfish." Ling Xiao sighed seriously. This man was still as narcissistic as before. After Ling Xiao drank a jar of wine, he threw away all the troubles of his relationship. Currently, he didn't have the mind to think about other things. He still had many things to do. When he arrived at the Lotus sect again, the current master of the Lotus sect, the old master, and some incipient God realm experts personally came out to greet him. Ling Zhao's current status was different from the past. No one dared to neglect him no matter where he went. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about these things. He just wanted to know the news of Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Dozens of years ago, Yun Mingqi had come back and then left. She had never returned to the Lotus sect. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think, does Yun Mingqi want me to walk the same path to find her again? If he didn't know that Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui were still alive, he wouldn't be so calm. The heaven territory was vast. Although he was at the incipient God realm, he couldn't go to every place to find them. He just hoped that heaven would help them. Ling Xiao stayed in the Lotus sect for several days before returning to the Ice Clan. During this time, he didn't need to spend much effort to find the Genesis Stone. After Wu Bufan had broken through, he would go to outer space. What he needed to do now was to accumulate energy to make his body stronger. Only that way could he deal with the upcoming war. The area that the Ice Clan had occupied had many icy mountains and even some that hadn't melted for 100,000 years. It was a good place to cultivate ice class. Ling Xiao had many attributes. Among them, metal, fire, and wind were the three he used the most. He didn't use ice and wood much. It was mainly because these two attributes didn't have any powerful divine techniques that could enhance his attacking power. At this moment, the Ice Clan's 100,000-year-old icebergs were hiding some unknown ice-class divine treasures or the original ice power. Ling Xiao wanted to explore this place to see if he could strengthen his ice class. At the same time, he wanted to increase his power. Moreover, Ling Xiao also started to practice the Ice Clan's Ice River Fist. This fist technique had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. It was created by the ancestors of the Ice Clan, so its power shouldn't be underestimated. It could be compared to the top-class divine techniques like the 9 Sun-Burning Sky Fist and the Subduing Dragon Palm. The Ice River Fist had 24 moves. Each move was accompanied by hailstones that could freeze everything in this world. Ling Xiao practiced the Ice River Fist in this icy mountain range. At the same time, he absorbed the extremely cold energy in this place. It was as if he had become one with the icebergs. His spirit, qi, and soul reached the same level. Soon, he understood the fist intent of the Ice River Fist. Every single one of his punches caused ice mountains and rivers to appear, and it was enough to freeze a large area of space. This Ice River Fist isn't bad. If it's combined with a kind of extremely cold energy, it won't be any weaker than the 9 Sun-Burning Sky Fist. Ling Xiao stopped and murmured. In half a month, he had practiced the Ice River Fist once. He was familiar with its essence. If he wanted to unleash its true power, he needed to use it in a real battle. Ling Xiao landed on the side of one of the 100,000-years-old icebergs. He wanted to enter the icebergs to find some extremely cold divine treasures to increase his ice-class attack power. These icebergs were extremely thick. Even a god king wouldn't be able to destroy them easily. When he saved Xiaofeng that day, Ling Xiao already knew this. He took out the golden dragon spear and shook it anxiously. A force like a drill pierced into the icebergs. The head of the golden dragon spear was like the head of a dragon breathing. The sharpest metal-class energy continuously pierced many thick icebergs and shattered them. A cave the size of 2 or 3 people gradually appeared, and the cave grew deeper and deeper, directly entering the belly of the iceberg. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more uncomfortable he felt. His entire body felt like there was a chill invading his flesh, bones, and organs. The cold energy here had already accumulated for more than 100,000 years, or even longer. The cold energy here had naturally reached the extreme. It was enough to freeze anyone into a popsicle. Even though Ling Xiao had reached the sovereign level, he still felt the cold energy pressing down on him. One could imagine how strong the cold energy was. Ling Xiao used the God technique to quickly absorb the cold energy. His God power was slowly accumulating and strengthening. Chapter 16-17. Each of the 100,000-year-old icebergs was massive. Their surface area was dozens of times bigger than a normal mountain. It was the accumulation of the purest ice energy for more than 100,000 years. Even if it was summer under the scorching sun, it wouldn't melt even a little bit. The belly of the icebergs was the coldest place. Even incipient god realm experts didn't want to enter this place. They were afraid that their god body and god soul would be frozen and become ice sculptures in this place. The Ice Clan had cultivated the ice class, but not many of them had ever entered this place. Most of the people who thought they were the sons of ice were frozen to death or were forced to leave. Therefore, there were still many unknown divine objects that had not been dug out from this 100,000-year-old iceberg. Ling Xiao used his spear as a drill to dig a hole and enter the belly of the iceberg. After walking for about a kilometer, Ling Xiao began to feel numb in his hands and feet. He had no choice but to use his divine art to absorb the cold energy and convert it into energy so that he could adapt to it. It should be noted that his god body could be compared to a high-level ancient god weapon. However, he still felt cold. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong the energy in this iceberg was. Of course, besides absorbing the energy, Ling Xiao also had the heaven flames to protect his body. Thus, he wasn't afraid of entering this place. After around 3,000 meters, Ling Xiao had to sit down cross-legged. The cold chi here is really cold. It's enough to reach the supreme level. I can refine it to increase my ice power. Ling Xiao murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and began to absorb and refine the frigid air into his body. The cold chi fell into his lower abdomen and was converted into 5-colored energy. Ling Xiao guided a part of it to his meridians to store the cold chi in his body so that he could use it to attack in the future. As soon as Ling Xiao sat down, many ice crystals covered him, turning him into an ice sculpture inside the iceberg. Waves of cold chi diffused unceasingly. As Ling Xiao breathed in the cold air, he felt that his flesh, meridians, organs, and bone marrow were all suffering from frostbite. Fortunately, his physical body was already incomparably abnormal, and he could still endure it without making the slightest sound of pain. As the icy energy entered his body, Ling Xiao's divine power also gradually increased. In addition, the few meridians that he had opened up were also infused with the icy energy, so that in the future, it could provide an endless supply to his divine power and strengthen his ice energy attacks. About 3 months later, Ling Xiao broke out of the ice and continued to dig deeper. This kind of ice chi was still not the kind he desired the most. What he needed was at least the dark snow ice chi that Bing Ming had. Right now, he was only temporarily absorbing these in case he couldn't find that extremely cold energy. Ling Xiao used a lot of time to pass through the first 100,000-year-old iceberg. Other than refining some ice chi in the belly of the mountain and obtaining some extreme ice stones, he did not gain anything else. After all, it was impossible for him to completely overturn this 100,000-year-old iceberg. He could only search for it by digging through this cave. Of course, the location that Ling Xiao chose was already based on the experience of the Ice Clan. He directly dug into the center of the iceberg, which was the place where it was most likely to encounter ice attribute divine objects. Whether or not he could find it would depend on his luck. Ling Xiao came out of the belly of the mountain and sighed. There aren't many icebergs here that have reached 100,000 years old, but there are still dozens of them. Only a few of them have been tried by the people of the Ice Clan, and not many people have obtained good fortune from them. It seems that I have to work harder. Ling Xiao landed on another iceberg and began to dig in the same way he did before. Today, he wasn't afraid of the cold chi anymore because he had refined the same energy in his body. He could adapt to the cold without being harmed. Of course, with the heaven fire bead in his sea of consciousness, he felt much safer. If he was careless and encountered a colder place, he would be frozen. This time, Ling Xiao had chosen the biggest iceberg. He had to find some valuable divine objects here. This iceberg was much bigger than the one he had chosen before, and the cold chi here was even more oppressive. According to Bing Weiyu's memory, some precursors of the Ice Clan had challenged this iceberg, but they were frozen to death, never to come out again. That precursor was a supreme incipient god realm expert. From then on, no one dared to explore this iceberg. According to legends, this iceberg had existed for more than 1 million years. It was the oldest and coldest of the 100,000 icebergs. While Ling Xiao was digging, he found that the ice here was much thicker than the iceberg he had dug before. Moreover, after he had just dug 100 meters in, the cold chi here was almost as cold as the one he had dug in the center of the iceberg. Seems like this iceberg does have some divine objects. Ling Xiao thought hurriedly. However, when he wanted to go deeper, he felt the ice around him tremble. Many ice crystals wrapped around him and froze. What's that? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. His aura surged, and the ice crystals were blown away by the force. However, the area around him was constantly shaking, and cracks appeared on the ice. A lot of frigid air rushed over, causing Ling Xiao to feel a slight sense of danger. Did I encounter an ice polar bear? Ling Xiao was skeptical. The ice polar bear was the strongest holy beast around this iceberg. They lived by swallowing ice and stones. They had endless power and strong ice bodies. They could move freely inside this iceberg. There weren't many of them, but each of them lived in this 100,000 iceberg. They were all above level 10. Sometimes, they could even see the ice polar bear king at level 11. As they had stayed inside the iceberg for a long time, no one could subdue them easily. The ancestors of the Ice Clan had come here to capture them to be their holy beasts. However, they had to retreat. It wasn't hard to imagine how intimidating these ice polar bears were. Sure enough, as the ice cracks cracked and the ice rocks shattered, a huge creature walked out from within. Without a doubt, it was the polar ice bear. Its snow-white body seemed to have fused with the ice, and its snow-white fur stood up like icicles, appearing incomparably hard as iron. Its only jet-black eye emitted an extremely cold air, and its pair of bare paws shattered many ice rocks with a crackling sound. It took Ling Xiao a great deal of effort to break the ice, but to the polar bear, it was as easy as lifting a finger. Its body and strength were terrifying. Standing in front of it, Ling Xiao was like a baby facing off against an adult. There was no comparison at all. I can't believe it's here. Is it hibernating? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked up at the polar bear. Ling Xiao could feel that this ice polar bear was not weak. It had reached the mid-level of level 11. The strength it contained was probably even stronger than an advanced level 11. The ice polar bear was ignored by this little human. It patted its chest angrily and roared. One of its feet stomped towards Ling Xiao. This stomp seemed to weigh thousands of kilograms, causing the ice around it to crack. Even a supreme being would be turned into minced meat if he was stepped on. The stomp looked clumsy, but it was not slow. It was accompanied by a lot of cold qi as it pressed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was solemn. He instantly retreated. He could feel that this ice polar bear's strength was not comparable to other mid-level 11 holy beasts. It was comparable to the strength of a high-level supreme being. Moreover, it had an absolute advantage here. Ling Xiao could only retreat and have a good fight with it. Luckily, I didn't go too deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any advantage against this big guy here. Ling Xiao mumbled after he rushed out of the ice mountain. The ice polar bear also rushed out. It held two huge ice rocks in its paws and smashed them towards Ling Xiao. The speed of the two ice rocks was extremely fast. Their strength was also abnormally overbearing. If an ordinary supreme being was hit by them, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Ling Xiao's body flashed like the wind, and he easily dodged the two rocks. Human, scram or I'll eat you. The ice polar bear could feel that the human in front of it was not ordinary. It immediately let out a buzzing roar. Hee, come and eat me if you can. Otherwise, open a path for me. I want to enter the belly of the ice mountain. Ling Xiao laughed. If that's the case, then go to hell. The ice polar bear roared angrily. It opened its mouth and shot an ice ray towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, its huge body also flew towards Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao dodged the huge ice ray, the ice polar bear was already above his head. Its paw was like an ice mountain, slapping towards Ling Xiao. The bear's paw smashed down like an ice mountain. Many forces in the space started to collapse, and the surrounding space kept trembling. Not only that, streaks of extremely cold yin qi condensed in the surroundings and sealed off Ling Xiao, making it impossible for Ling Xiao to dodge. A look of surprise flashed across Ling Xiao's face. He actually sensed the existence of a perfect palm intent from the ice polar bear. There was also a mysterious sealing power that gave him a strong sense of oppression, making it hard for him to move. This energy did not seem like the power of gravity. It was more like a pure sealing power. It was accompanied by waves of cold yin qi that froze the entire space, making it impossible for the opponent to dodge. This move made up for the ice polar bear's weakness of being slow. It was just that this move was enough to kill an ordinary middle-level supreme martial artist. People like Ling Xiao, who could not be judged by ordinary people, would naturally not fall for it so easily. Go to hell! Ling Xiao roared, and his dragon-shaped battle chi burst out of his body. The dragon-shaped battle aura turned into a real dragon and pounced towards the ice polar bear. The real dragon turned into a 10,000-meter-long dragon. Its body flipped and its tail swept in all directions, colliding with the ice polar bear's paw. Chapter 16-18. The dragon-shaped battle aura was something Ling Xiao had absorbed from the chaotic space. Through the dragon chi and dragon blood in his body, he was able to force the battle aura out of his body to attack. Its power wasn't inferior to that of an intermediate supreme martial artist, and it was even close to the pinnacle of the intermediate supreme martial artist. Golden light flickered around its body. It flipped its body and swept its tail horizontally, shattering the ice polar bear's ice aura completely. Beast Emperor! The ice polar bear revealed a look of surprise. It could clearly feel that its power was being suppressed. The dragon-shaped battle aura pounced over and swallowed the ice polar bear's head. The ice polar bear recovered from its daze and swung its paw heavily again. The power of this palm strike was 30% weaker than before, because in front of the mythological beast, it also had an urge to surrender. However, even after losing 30% of its power, the dragon-shaped battle aura didn't gain any advantage against the ice polar bear. After all, the dragon-shaped battle aura was only an illusory existence, while the ice polar bear had boundless strength. In a head-on clash, the ice polar bear still had the absolute advantage. The polar ice bear brandished its paws, which seemed to contain an indescribable power. Every paw carried the force of a thunderbolt, causing the surrounding space to continuously collapse. The dragon-shaped battle aura was controlled by Ling Xiao. It would sweep and attack with all its might at times, avoid the ice polar bear's heavy blows at other times, and even delay the fate of being destroyed. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He was multitasking as he observed the ice polar bear's waving paws. It gave him an indescribable inspiration, which gave him some idea of the ninth style of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-Destroying technique. Every palm carries the pressure of freezing cold air. It can cause the opponent's movements to be incomparably slow, so much so that they can't even struggle free. This is even more exquisite than the gravitational field. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes emitted a bright light as he muttered. By this time, the polar bear had already seen through the fact that this was only a dragon-shaped battle aura and not a real beast king. Its combat power kept rising. With a roar, the polar ice bear put its palms together and hugged the dragon-shaped battle chi. Then, it forcefully tore the dragon-shaped battle chi into two halves. This kind of crazy and terrifying strength could only be achieved by this kind of holy beast. The fight here had already alerted the supreme martial artists of the Ice Clan in the distance, and they all rushed over to see what was going on. It's Alchemist Ling. He actually encountered the polar bear. Bing Han Fong exclaimed. Bing Ming's expression slightly changed as he said, "Oh no, this polar bear is very powerful. If we provoke it, we will also suffer a calamity. Quickly stop Alchemist Ling." The Ice Clan's patriarch nodded and immediately led his group towards Ling Xiao's direction. They knew that there was more than one polar bear here. There were more than a dozen level 11 polar bears hibernating in this 100,000-year-old iceberg. Once they woke up, the ice race wouldn't have a good time either. The polar bear also sensed that there were other humans coming over, so it immediately roared at the sky. "Damn it, all of you, get out of here." Ling Xiao could sense that the polar bear was calling for its companions, so he couldn't help but roar at the Ice Clan's people. Ling Xiao didn't want to make a big fuss here. He just wanted to study the polar bear's palm intent. The mysterious sealing power was very important to him. But now that these people had come and alerted the other polar bears, he couldn't calm down and study the mysteries of the sealing palm intent. The Ice Clan's people were stunned. They didn't know who they had provoked. They just wanted to help. It was fine if the bear didn't appreciate it, but why did it have to scold them? In the next moment, they all understood what was going on. Bestial roars rang out one after another as the silhouettes of beasts broke out of the ice mountain. In addition to the polar bears, there were also the Ice Wolf King and the Ice Lion King. These were all holy beasts that had been living in the vicinity. There were a total of 16 of them. This number was nothing to Ling Xiao, but the Ice Clan's people were so scared that their faces turned green. That was because among the dozen or so holy beasts, there were 3 that had reached the advanced stage of the 11th level, especially the Polar Bear King. They had seen its power before, and it was impossible to hurt it without a supreme artifact. "You guys go back. I will handle everything here." No matter what happens, you don't have to come here. Ling Xiao waved at the Ice Clan's people and said. The Ice Clan's people hesitated for a moment before they retreated at full speed. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Ling Xiao, but they were afraid that if they angered these holy beasts, it would be a disaster for their entire race. Ling Xiao looked at the holy beasts and said calmly, I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to go into the iceberg to look for something. Get out of my way and I'll spare your lives. What a shameless boast. I'll eat you right now, you human. An ice wolf king howled at Shao Kong. Then, it turned into a snowy light and shot towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was not much slower than the wind attribute holy beasts. Its body moved like a mountain, bringing with it waves of cold air. Its mouth was wide open, filled with bloodthirst. This ice wolf king had reached the peak of the advanced stage of the 11th order and was not far from the advanced stage. Although the Ice Wolf King was fast, it only pounced on Ling Xiao's afterimage. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao was already on top of the wolf's head. He let out a cry of surprise. Finally, he had made his move. The 12th form of the Ice Fist. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to practice the Ice River Fist that he had just learned. His fist shook the heavens, as if an ice river was hanging down from the 9 heavens. The cold and deep qi caused people to be tongue-tied. The Ice Clan's people who had yet to return to their clans were shocked. Ice Fist, Ling. How could Alchemist Ling know our clan's Ice Fist? Bing Hanfang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it is our clan's Ice Fist. It seems that he used some secret method to find it in Bing Weiyu's divine soul. The Ice Clan's patriarch sighed with a complicated expression. How long has it been? Alchemist Ling not only learned our clan's Ice Fist, but he also comprehended the fist intent. What a monstrous genius! Bing Ming said with admiration. Bing Bing Dong said with dissatisfaction, the Ice Fist is our clan's secret. Now that he has learned it, how could we face our ancestors if it is spread out in the future? Don't say anything. Just watch. He's too strong. We can't compete with him. The Ice Clan's patriarch said with resignation. He paused for a moment before continuing, but if we are sincere in befriending him, it will be good for the clan if we can get a few Supreme God pellets. The others stopped talking, knowing that their patriarch was right. Knowing that it was impossible, it was better to go with the flow. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. At this moment, Ling Xiao was using the Ice Fist. Each of his Ice Fists was no less powerful than the 9 Suns Sky-Burning Fist. The only difference was that he was not as proficient in using the 9 Suns Sky-Burning Fist. But as the battle between Ling Xiao and the Frost Wolf King became more intense, his movements became smoother and smoother, and his strength increased bit by bit. The Ice Wolf King felt more and more pressured, but it believed that this human couldn't kill it. After all, this human's cold energy didn't have much effect on it. The 21st move of the Ice Fist. Ling Xiao faced the Frost Wolf King, who was reaching for him with its sharp claws, and changed his stance again. The Ice Wolf King's claws seemed to tear the world apart, but Ling Xiao's fist was like a sudden attack of countless icicles falling from the sky towards the Ice Wolf King. Pala pala. As the two forces collided, countless ice crystals scattered in all directions, turning into a rain of ice. It was a beautiful sight. Woo-woo. The Ice Wolf King was no match for Ling Xiao. The sudden attack of the icicles pierced its body, piercing through its thick fur and causing blood to splatter everywhere. Ling Xiao gained the upper hand in this move, and his speed increased. He chased after the retreating Ice Wolf King, his Ice Fist striking out again. A large patch of ice crystals covered the Ice Wolf King, freezing it in place. As the Ice Wolf King tried to break free, Ling Xiao kept increasing his strength. Layers of ice crystals covered the Ice Wolf King's body, and the cold air he got from the 100,000-year iceberg kept pouring out of the Ice Wolf King. At this moment, the Ice Bear King roared, "Kill this human and save the Wolf King." It was the first to charge at Ling Xiao. The cold energy, which also contained the power of sealing, pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel that the Ice Bear King's extreme cold energy was similar to Bing Ming's dark snow force, but it was much stronger and more lethal. It was so cold that even his body felt like it could not withstand it. "You're the one." A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He finally increased his battle strength and broke free from the seal. He dispelled the cold energy and changed his technique. His 9-sun sky-burning fist was aimed at the Ice Bear King. Fire subdued ice. The fist intent, which was imbued with heavenly fire, spread in all directions. Fists that looked like bright suns struck out one after another, sending several sacred beasts flying. Only the Ice Bear King could withstand Ling Xiao's powerful technique, which was imbued with heavenly fire and was imbued with the fist intent. Not only that, but during the clash, Ling Xiao was actually pushed back thousands of meters by the Ice Bear King's palm. Ha, how refreshing. As expected of a sacred beast known for its strength. Ling Xiao laughed heartily and charged forward again. However, this time, he did not fight head-on with his opponent. Instead, he used his speed to circle around his opponent's huge body and attack it fiercely. The Ice Bear King's speed was ultimately lacking. It could not seal off Ling Xiao in one move. After the attack, it fell into a predicament and suffered Ling Xiao's ferocious attacks, causing it to cry out repeatedly. Chapter 1619. Ling Xiao relied on his speed to kill the Polar Bear King. However, the Polar Bear King's defense was monstrous. Ling Xiao's fiery fists couldn't break its defense. The heaven flames couldn't do much damage to the Polar Bear King either. The cold energy of the Polar Bear King's origin had neutralized them. The Polar Bear King was enraged. However, it couldn't locate Ling Xiao. It could only ask for help from its companions. Instantly, dozens of holy beasts surrounded Ling Xiao and bit him. They were all of the ice class, so they had the absolute advantage in this icy mountain range. Many ice energies were aimed at Ling Xiao. Seems like I have to finish this quickly, Ling Xiao thought to himself. His God Soul clone appeared immediately. Ling Xiao's God Soul instantly increased its combat power by 70 times. It pressed down on the Polar Bear King. He had to control the Polar Bear King as fast as he could so that the other holy beasts could stop. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to kill all of them. The Polar Bear King was a level 11 holy beast. Its attack and defense weren't weaker than a peak of the Great Realm expert. However, its weakness was its speed. Ling Xiao's God Soul held the dim shadow divine sword and broke the Polar Bear King's extremely cold defense. It slashed the cold energy away. The Polar Bear King felt a heavy threat. It activated its power to the maximum. The terrifying cold energy was enough to freeze any incipient God Realm expert. Ling Xiao's God Soul clone was like a black tornado. No one could capture his existence. Many black wind blades attacked the Polar Bear King. Clang, clang. Numerous black wind blades completely nullified and destroyed the chilly air, while the numerous sword blades caused the Polar Bear King's fur to splatter all over its body. Streaks of fresh blood appeared on its body. The other holy beasts that came to kill Ling Xiao couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. Even the wind holy beasts couldn't catch up to him. Ling Xiao really wanted to summon his divine beasts and holy beasts to let them fight, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, this was the territory of those holy beasts. This ice-cold chi was not something that ordinary holy beasts could withstand. Ling Xiao's true body flashed quickly, and he would use the glacier fist from time to time. The more he fought, the more skilled he became. He had already comprehended the essence of the glacier fist one by one. Ling Xiao's real body was not in any danger for now, but the Polar Bear King was. Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger continued to break its defense, and also injected the power of the innate chilling wind bead into its body. The power of the black chi of death was not weaker than that of the ice chi of the innate chilling wind bead. The innate chilling wind bead's huge body was being corroded, and it was starting to feel numb. The Ice Polar Bear King was extremely frustrated after being slashed. There were already so many wounds all over its body, yet it still couldn't hurt the other party at all. It was truly aggrieved. At this time, it already had the intention to retreat. After all, continuing to waste time like this was not a solution at all. There was no benefit to it at all. The Ice Polar Bear King waved its paws wildly, forcing Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger away. Then, it roared and actually dashed towards the bottom of the ice mountain. When the other holy beasts heard this roar, they all started to flee. Trying to escape now? It won't be that easy. Ling Zhao laughed sinisterly, and the phantom divine sword slashed down from the sky. This slash gathered all of his strength, and it tore half the sky in half, creating a long, black crack. The ice polar bear king felt an unprecedented threat, and it roared repeatedly. Many ice rocks gathered towards it, and waves of dark blue energy flowed continuously. "Human, you forced me to do this." The ice polar bear king roared angrily. A terrifying ice-cold energy gathered in front of the ice polar bear king, causing the space around it to distort and shake. This terrifying ice-cold energy was forcefully pushed out from its paw, and it collided with Ling Zhao's sword. Boom boom boom. The power of the ice polar bear king's attack was already comparable to that of a peak-refined martial artist. The ice-cold energy contained within it could freeze everything, even the power of the heavenly fire. However, not only did Ling Zhao use all of his strength in this attack, but he also used the phantom divine sword to attack. The power of the black sword gleam was even stronger than the ice polar bear king's attack. After all, Ling Zhao's battle prowess had been increased by 70 times, and it was enough to fight a true peak-refined martial artist. The black sword gleam tore a sword marked tens of thousands of meters long, and it shattered many ice crystals as it swept towards the ice polar bear king. The ice polar bear king was sent flying far away by this slash, and its huge body crashed into the largest ice mountain. Terrifying cracks appeared on the mountain, and its body sank into the ice layer. A smear of hideous red seeped out from the ice mountain. It was obvious that the ice polar bear king had been severely injured. Ling Zhao did not hesitate. His divine spirit doppelganger gave chase again, and the phantom divine sword in his hand continued to stab at the wall of the ice mountain. Clang clang clang. After all, this was an ice mountain that was more than 100,000 years old. The ice and rocks were extremely thick, and even if Ling Zhao attacked with all his might, he could only leave a deep mark on it. He could not destroy it in an instant. "Get out here!" Ling Zhao roared. His dragon-shaped battle aura rushed out and charged into the 100,000-year ice fire, intending to drag the ice polar bear king out. However, when the dragon-shaped battle aura collided with the ice mountain automatically froze up, and the sword marks and deep pits that had already cracked were restored to their original state. It was as if it had never been damaged in the first place. When the dragon-shaped battle aura collided with it, it only damaged the ice mountain a little more, but was unable to drag the ice polar bear king out. Trying to escape? That's impossible! Ling Zhao exclaimed. After his soul returned to his true body, he raised the Umber sword and shot towards the 100,000-year-old iceberg. Ling Zhao seemed to have become one with his sword, and he unleashed an extremely sharp cone-shaped sword ray that carved a large hole in the ice mountain. Many ice crystals continued to fall. The ice tribe members who had been watching from afar were all speechless. What is Alchemist Ling's combat strength? Why do I see that his doppelganger is stronger than his real body? Bing Hanfang wiped his cold sweat and said. Bing Xuedong also revealed a look of disbelief. Could it be that he was hiding his strength when he fought us before? That should be the case. Even the former patriarch couldn't do anything to the ice polar bear king, but Alchemist Ling managed to make it flee in panic. This is too frightening. Bing Ming was completely convinced. Before this, he was still a little resentful when he was defeated by Ling Zhao, but now, he was not the slightest bit unconvinced. Let's go. From now on, our ice tribe will treat Alchemist Ling as an honored guest. No one is allowed to disrespect him. Prepare some hailstone rejuvenation spring, frost ginseng fruits, and some other divine materials for him. The ice tribe patriarch said. The others naturally had no objections. They immediately nodded and returned to the tribe. They didn't care what happened here since they believed that Ling Zhao alone could deal with it. Ling Zhao rushed into the largest 100,000-year-old iceberg as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he was already a kilometer deep into the iceberg. However, he didn't see the ice polar bear king's figure. There were only spots of red on the ice. It seemed that he had entered deeper into the ice mountain. This polar bear king lives in a place like this, for it has the innate ability to escape ice. It seems like I have to work harder to catch up, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. His speed once again increased explosively. Many of the ice rocks were sliced apart by his shadow sword. The coal didn't even get close to Ling Xiao's body before it was forcefully pushed away. It wasn't impossible for Ling Xiao to destroy this place with all his strength, but it would cause a great change in the mountain range. He couldn't do such a thing unless he had no other choice. Moreover, there must be some divine items inside the ice mountain. If the ice mountain was destroyed, the divine items would be destroyed as well. After chasing for another kilometer, Ling Xiao lost sight of the polar bear king. There was no smell of blood in the air either. His divine spirit couldn't penetrate the ice mountains, so he didn't know how to continue his search. The cold air here had already reached a limit. It was definitely not something that ordinary supreme beings could withstand. Ling Xiao had to use the heavenly fire to dispel the cold air. At the same time, he was constantly on guard to avoid being seriously injured by the polar bear king. However, his attack just now had already heavily injured the polar bear king. It also contained a lot of black death chi. It was impossible for the polar bear king to not retaliate. Looks like it really escaped. Ling Xiao calmed down for a while. He kept trying to find the direction in which the polar bear king had disappeared. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. He could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Looks like I'll search for the source of cold myself, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then he continued to charge deeper into the ice mountain. Ling Xiao used the heavenly fire to protect himself and the phantom divine sword to open a path. Very soon, he was 10,000 meters deep in the ice mountain. It was extremely cold here. Wisps of condensed cold air could invade anyone's body and completely freeze them. Even their divine spirit wouldn't be able to escape. Ling Xiao discovered that his heavenly fire was showing signs of slowing down. It was as if it was about to be frozen and extinguished by the cold air here. At the same time, the two heavenly jewels in his divine sense sent out signals of discomfort. They seemed to be afraid of being frozen by the cold air. The cold air here is already much stronger than what I've absorbed before, but it's still not enough. Ling Xiao frowned and decided to go deeper in. But at this moment he suddenly discovered a huge figure standing in front of him. It was stuffing some kind of cold divine item into its mouth. Polar Bear King, Ling Xiao exclaimed softly. Then he stared at the Polar Bear King's eye of devouring. His gaze became extremely heated. Chapter 1620. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet the Polar Bear King again in the depths of this place. However, this wasn't what made Ling Xiao happy. What made him happy was what the Polar Bear King was devouring. It was a supreme divine object. Dark snow ice rock. This was a type of extremely cold ice rock formed from the condensation of original energy. It took tens of thousands of years to condense into a divine stone, and it contained the most concentrated original cold energy. It was a divine stone that would make any ice attribute supremacy martial artist jealous. One could use this divine stone to condense the dark snow energy. This sort of dark snow energy was not any weaker than any heavenly jewel energy, and it was able to bring the ice attribute to its maximum, giving it the ability to fight against stronger opponents. Any ordinary person would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they were struck by the ice attribute energy. Ling Xiao had naturally entered the belly of this ice mountain to find this dark snow ice rock to help him improve his ice attribute. Now that it was right in front of him, he was naturally extremely excited. However, the Polar Bear King clearly wouldn't let Ling Xiao get what he wanted so easily. There was a huge black sword wound on the Polar Bear King's right shoulder. Evidently, it was caused by Ling Xiao's sword, and the wound couldn't heal. If it was an ordinary saint beast, it would have long been corroded into dregs by the black baleful death energy. However, the dark snow energy froze the black baleful death energy, preventing it from spreading and harming the Polar Bear King's body. Human, you actually dared to chase me here, go to hell. The Polar Bear King also discovered Ling Xiao's presence. After devouring half of the dark snow ice rock, it recovered much of its strength. With an angry roar, its bare paw swatted angrily at Ling Xiao. The power of the bare paw once again displayed the profound mysteries of sealing. The surrounding ice crystals were all controlled by it, and it forcefully suppressed Ling Xiao. In this place, the polar bear king had the advantage, and the surrounding ice rocks were all at his disposal. Ling Xiao was shocked. He realized that the nether snow's cold energy was incomparably terrifying. It even froze his heaven fire, and the many ice crystals were like awls, smashing towards him from all directions. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide, so he could only spin his sword and send out sword lights that cut the ice crystals into ice water that flowed down. However, this was just a normal attack from the polar bear king. It had already charged in front of Ling Xiao and slapped him with its paw again. It was injured by this human, so it naturally wanted to take revenge here. The strength of this bear paw was comparable to the strength of a pinnacle utmost being. Ling Xiao's physical body wasn't able to take it head-on. Damn it, I don't have any advantage here. Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. His divine soul appeared once again. He held the umber sword in his hand and stabbed towards the bear paw. Bang! Ling Xiao's divine soul and real body were both slapped into the ice rocks. He spat out fresh blood, and the cold energy immediately swept over him. The polar bear king wasn't having a good time either. Its bare paw was pierced by the Umbra sword, and it roared in pain. However, with the help of the cold energy here, the wound quickly healed and stopped bleeding. I will definitely eat you alive. The polar bear king was enraged, and one of its huge feet stomped towards Ling Xiao. Each of its paws and feet carried a formless, cold energy that sealed Ling Xiao in this environment, making it even more impossible for him to dodge. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. For the first time, Ling Xiao wanted to kill. He didn't want to kill this polar bear king, but since it didn't know what was good for it, he couldn't be blamed for it. Ling Xiao's spirit grasped the shadow legendary sword in his hand and instantly unleashed his full strength. A huge black sword light shot up into the sky and broke through the ice crystals, heading straight for the polar bear king. This attack contained all of his strength, as well as the concentrated energy of the Khanate dark wind bead. Even the dark snow force here was enough to negate it. The huge foot landed, and the long sword pierced through. Ling Xiao felt a huge force coming towards him, and his entire body was once again sent into the ice crystals. He spat out fresh blood, and his organs felt like they were about to explode. The polar bear king was in an even worse state. One of its feet was cut off by Ling Xiao, and the black death energy affected its previous wound. The corrosive energy quickly spread towards its body. The polar bear king roared in pain, and finally revealed a look of fear. In this place, this human still had the ability to kill it. It couldn't continue fighting, or it would really be killed. It no longer hesitated and immediately rushed into the ice crystal with its single leg. It wanted to use the natural advantages of this place to get rid of the human in front of it. But this time, Ling Xiao was determined to kill this polar bear king. He unleashed all the combat power of his true body and pointed at the polar bear king a few times. Swish swish. Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Technique, 6th Form, Twin Dragon Wind. Several rays of finger radiance with terrifying destructive power shot towards the polar bear king. The ice crystals were pierced through by the destructive power and landed on the polar bear king's body. The polar bear king had suffered a lot of damage, and its speed and defense were greatly reduced. It couldn't dodge the finger radiance at all, and it pierced through its skin and flesh, melting on its body. Roar, roar. The polar bear king roared continuously, and countless dark snow force tried to freeze the power and stop its injury. But the dark snow force, which had always been successful, couldn't freeze the injury. It was like the fusion of metal power and fire power, and even the dark snow force would be completely melted. Of course, the surroundings were filled with extremely cold air, and the polar bear king's sucking was attached to it, alleviating its injury and allowing it to escape again. But Ling Xiao's consecutive finger attacks were only to stop it for a moment. His spirit clone had already recovered, and with the shadow divine sword in hand, he became one with it, and pierced through all the layers of ice, heading straight for the polar bear king. Ding ding ding! Many ice crystals were destroyed by the icy rain. The blade was extremely sharp, and the destructive power of the black chi of death was even more extraordinary. The polar bear king wasn't fast to begin with. Now that it was injured repeatedly, and one of its legs was chopped off, there was no way it could dodge Ling Xiao's sure-kill attack. Ling Xiao became one with the sword, and turned into a sword aura. He pierced through the polar bear king's body, and its body was directly cut into several pieces, which fell to the ground. Ling Xiao then turned his sword around and chopped the bear's head into two. This was obviously not giving it any chance to survive. The polar bear king's vitality was completely cut off just like that. A large round beast core floated in the air, emitting extremely cold air. Ling Xiao immediately kept the beast core, and at the same time, his spirit power was about to dissipate. Oh no, I have to return. God Ling had used all his strength to attack repeatedly, and in this place of ice, he had to resist the icy air. His strength was almost depleted. He let out a soft sigh, and returned to his real body with all his might, merging into one. If I didn't have a spirit doppelganger here, I would definitely be smacked to death by the polar bear king. No wonder the ice race's supremes didn't dare to go deep into this place. Even a pinnacle supreme being would have to think twice before daring to come in. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and sighed. The polar bear king was indeed different from the other holy beasts. They could actually use the power of their palms, and there was also a sealing intent to achieve a mysterious attack method. Ordinary supremes wouldn't be able to deal with them. Moreover, there were natural advantages here, and they were like fish in water. Ling Xiao used his divine technique to recover, and then he started to look at the two pieces of dark snow ice rocks. The dark snow ice rock was blue, and it emitted a dazzling divine light. It was very different from the other ice rocks. It was slightly weaker than the black wind divine stone and the golden dragon wind stone. After all, it didn't have the magical effect of condensing Genesis power. However, it was almost impossible to find its existence in an ordinary place of ice and snow. Bing Ming's dark snow cold force was most likely condensed from this dark snow ice rock. There were two dark snow ice rocks here, and one of them was smaller. It was obvious that the polar bear king had swallowed a lot of it. With this dark snow ice rock, I can condense dark snow cold force. When I use the glacier fist, its power will not be any weaker than the 9-sun heaven burning fist. Ling Xiao said happily, and then put the dark snow ice rock away. Ling Xiao didn't plan to refine the dark snow ice rock here. There would be a lot of cold energy inside the mountain, and he would have to be distracted to resist it. The outer area of the ice mountain was the best place for seclusion. However, when Ling Xiao put the dark snow ice rock away, there was a blue light flashing below the rock. It was so bright that he couldn't help but squint his eyes. A power that was no different from the dark snow cold force spread towards him, and instantly froze the area in front of him. Ling Xiao reacted quickly. The heavenly fire flowed around his body, turning into scorching energy that melted the frost that had suddenly increased in strength. What is this thing? Ling Xiao focused his gaze, and through the ice crystals, he saw the divine light that was no different from the dark snow ice rock. When Ling Xiao saw what it was, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Dark snow Ganoderma. Oh my, I didn't think that there would be such a divine item under the dark snow ice rock." It was a divine item that looked like a Ganoderma, but it was slightly larger than an ordinary Ganoderma. It was extremely flat, as if it had been pressed under the dark snow ice rock. Blue and white spots appeared on the Ganoderma's body, carrying a very dense ice attribute primal energy. These two dark snow Ganoderma were at least 100,000 years old. Otherwise, how could they be so intelligent as to attack Ling Xiao? From Bing Weiyu's memory, Ling Xiao knew that the dark snow Ganoderma was a supreme divine item that even the ice tribe wanted. Unfortunately, besides the ice tribe's old ancestor, no one else could find it. It was a good item that could create a pure ice body, and it could also condense the dark snow cold force. It could also increase the power of any ice attribute expert, which could help them break through to the next level. The dark snow ice rock could only condense the dark snow cold force, but it couldn't increase the cultivation base instantly. However, the dark snow Ganoderma could do that. It wasn't hard to imagine which one was more precious. Ling Xiao didn't think much, and he immediately put away the 2 dark snow Ganoderma. Besides himself, there were 2 women in his family who cultivated ice attribute. To them, it was the best divine item to increase their cultivation base. Chapter 1621. After Ling Xiao obtained 2 divine objects in a row, he did not continue to dig deeper here. Perhaps there were many good things in this iceberg, but it was more important for him to condense the dark snow-cold energy to increase his resistance and god power. With the dark snow-cold energy, it would be much easier for him to get deeper into the iceberg. He didn't need to worry about being attacked by the special cold air. Ling Xiao got out of the 100,000-year-old iceberg. He didn't completely get out of the iceberg. He was still several hundred meters away from the iceberg. The cold air here couldn't harm his body anymore. However, there was a lot of origin ice chi here. It was the best place for him to seclude. Ling Xiao opened a cave mansion here. He sat cross-legged and thought about how to condense the dark snow-cold energy. I need to absorb the energy of the dark snow ice stone slowly to condense the dark snow energy. I can't swallow it directly like the polar ice bear king. Otherwise, even the heaven flames can't save me. It seems like I have to use a dark snow Ganoderma. It can help me condense the dark snow-cold energy faster. At the same time, my body can reach the peak of middle realm. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Xiao mumbled to himself. Then he took out the dark snow Ganoderma. When the dark snow Ganoderma fell on his hand, it froze his arm. The cold energy of the dark snow seeped into his skin and meridians. This kind of frostbite could hurt a normal incipient God realm expert. If he didn't expel the dark snow-cold energy in time, he would be frozen to death. Hey, it's really not bad. It's freezing me. Ling Xiao laughed, and the power of the heavenly fire instantly expelled the dark snow-cold energy. The dark snow-cold energy was powerful. However, it was an unconscious attack. Ling Xiao had the heaven flames and god power to expel it from his body. However, Ling Xiao knew that the dark snow Ganoderma was powerful. If he swallowed it whole, he would be frozen to death. The nether snow-cold force that had accumulated for over 100,000 years was absolutely not what ordinary people could imagine. Ling Xiao used his qi to form blades and split the dark snow Ganoderma into 3 pieces. He planned to absorb and refine it in 3 batches. The dark snow Ganoderma was different from other divine objects. Once it was broken down, its divine power would dissipate. It was as sturdy as an ice stone. Even though it had broken down the dark snow's cold force, its divine power was still intact. Moreover, there was a lot of origin ice chi nourishing it in this ice mountain, so there was nothing to worry about. Ling Xiao threw the smallest nether snow Ganoderma into his mouth. As soon as the dark snow herb entered his mouth, Ling Xiao felt a frostbitten pain from the tip of his tongue. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His mouth was almost completely frozen. Fortunately, he was already prepared. A mouthful of flames suddenly appeared in his mouth, wrapping around the dark snow herb and pulling it into his stomach. Once the dark snow herb entered his mouth, Ling Xiao's entire body instantly turned into an ice sculpture. His meridians and blood vessels were frozen to the point that they stopped moving. He was completely numb. He was done for. The dark snow-cold force not only invaded his body, but it also froze his sea of consciousness. It was about to freeze his spirit as well. Ling Xiao's spirit shivered. He had no choice but to immediately use the heavenly fire pearl to expel the cold qi. However, at the beginning, the heavenly fire pearl was actually unable to completely expel the cold qi. It needed to increase its power in order to burn and evaporate the cold qi bit by bit. However, a portion of the cold air fell into the world he had created in his spiritual world, causing a kind of cold air to flow within it. The creatures that were repeatedly moving seemed to feel the cold, and they became sluggish and contracted. However, what was strange was that when the cold qi fell into the created world, it actually did not produce any destructive power. Instead, it turned into white snow from time to time, before falling down to form a river of ice. Afterwards, It was shone by the sun and turned into ice water, nourishing the created world. It caused all living things to gradually recover and grow. The world that was originally condensed from chaotic force actually had a slightly more lively presence. It was even more lively than before, as if all living things had developed a different kind of vitality. Ling Xiao did not discover the mysteries behind this. He was currently using all his strength to recover the movement of his body and meridians. The solitary convergence technique was circulating bit by bit, gradually guiding the power of the dark snow herb into his dantian and absorbing it. However, the power of the dark snow herb was too cold. Even with the assistance of the heavenly fire, it was not something he could absorb in a single day. The circulation of his meridians was clearly much slower than usual, but the power that was slowly being gathered into his dantian was extremely pure and boundless. The power of his soul and the power of his dantian converged on the divine bridge, causing specks of divine power to continuously evolve. After an unknown amount of time, the ice crystals around Ling Xiao's body slowly melted. Waves of cold qi did not leak outwards, but instead seeped into his body, causing his skin to seem to have an additional layer of blue divine light that floated, making him appear extremely demonic and extraordinary. The ice crystals were melting, and the cold qi was disappearing. However, Ling Xiao's aura was steadily increasing. When even a drop of ice water had disappeared from his body, he still had his eyes closed, but his mouth was slightly opened, and he sucked the second dark snow herb into his mouth. It was the same feeling, but the power released by the second piece of dark snow Ganoderma was much stronger. Ling Xiao was once again sealed in ice. This time, the ice crystals around his body became even thicker. He was like an ice sculpture that was dozens of meters tall, and all signs of life were cut off. The sun rose and the moon set, and the stars moved. This ice mountain range was still the same, and there were no signs of it melting. Instead, because of the cold snow that fell from time to time, it became even thicker and colder. The icy blue light flickered incessantly, like pieces of cold mirrors, as beautiful as an illusion. This was the territory occupied by the ice race, and no outsiders were allowed to enter to cultivate. However, in the belly of the largest 100,000 years old ice mountain, there was a person who was not from the ice race cultivating in seclusion. After the 3 dark snow herbs were refined by Ling Xiao, he reaped great benefits as he had expected. Firstly, his body had already refined the dark snow herb, which was enough to raise his ice attribute battle prowess. The strength of the dark snow herb's attack using the glacier fist was not inferior to the 9-yang heaven burning fist, and the power of the Emperor Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Art's third form, Icebreaker Mountains and Rivers, would also increase with the dark snow herb strength. Secondly, his strength had already reached the peak of the 11th level, and he was only a step away from the high-level supremacy stage. Ling Xiao felt that if the dark snow herb was refined and absorbed by an ordinary ice attribute supremacy, it would be able to break through to the next level. However, his personal foundation was too profound, and the energy he needed to absorb was more than 5 times that of an ordinary person, so the dark snow herb could only help him reach the peak of the mid-level supremacy stage. However, the accumulated energy needed to reach the peak of the mid-level supremacy stage from the mid-level supremacy stage would take hundreds or even thousands of years just by absorbing the origin energy of heaven and earth. The dark snow herb was indeed a rare divine item that had lived for tens of thousands of years, and it could save Ling Xiao so many years of cultivation time. If he wanted to, he could immediately become a high-level supremacy stage supremacy after consuming a supreme pill. Coupled with his 70 times battle strength and unparalleled speed, he would probably already be qualified to sit on the sovereign ranking. However, Ling Xiao understood that the incipient god stage wasn't the true peak, and he needed to be steady and steady, hoping that one day he could reach that realm that no one else could reach. After Ling Xiao woke up, he didn't come out of seclusion immediately. He was no longer afraid of the cold cheese invasion. He could search around the 100,000-year iceberg to see if he could find any other ice attribute divine items. This iceberg is huge, so I should be able to find many good things. Ling Xiao held his sword and went deeper into the iceberg. He had already adapted to the cold here, so he didn't need the heaven flames to protect his body. Instead, he could continuously absorb the origin energy here to strengthen himself. Ling Zhao's entire body was emitting a layer of blue light, and he looked like an ice god of war. He looked incomparably mighty, and the ice and fire swords in his hands were even more powerful than before. Ling Zhao had gone deep into the iceberg to search for more than a month, and he had collected some rare divine items. These were all ice attribute divine items that had been condensed in the 100,000-year iceberg, and the divine power they contained was unparalleled. At the same time, Ling Zhao thought that he could rely on the dark snow-cold energy to run amok in this mountain. However, when he reached the center of the iceberg, the waves of cold intent that attacked him were actually even stronger than the dark snow-cold energy. It seemed to be the place where the 100,000-year iceberg's origin energy was the richest. The condensed cold chi was like the purple-black flame that he had collected previously, and it had reached the extreme. The destructive power had long threatened the peak of the Supreme Master Realm. Therefore, Ling Zhao almost flinched, and he didn't dare to go deeper. I wonder if there is an ice attribute Genesis stone inside? Ling Zhao guessed. He hesitated for a while, but still decided to try to guide the cold chi into his body and refine it bit by bit, so that he could adapt to the power of the cold chi here, and see if he could go deeper. Ling Zhao didn't dare to be greedy, so he could only absorb it bit by bit, and fuse it with the dark snow-cold energy to increase the power of the dark snow-cold energy. As the extreme cold chi entered his body bit by bit, Ling Zhao was frozen to the point that his whole body was trembling. Layers of ice crystals completely froze him, and the cold chi penetrated into his bones, making him feel really uncomfortable. However, as the cold chi tempered his body, it made his body reach a level where the coldest and hottest things could not attack him, and his body's defensive power also improved. He didn't know how much cold chi Ling Zhao had refined, but he could finally walk a lot closer. However, when he discovered something, his face revealed an incomparably frightening expression, as if he had seen something that terrified him. What is this thing? Ling Zhao looked at the ice sculpture in front of him, and a giant claw shivered as he said, "A creature that could exist in the coldest impasse, how powerful was it?" Perhaps even the polar bear king couldn't compare to it. Chapter 1622. The interior of the 100,000-year iceberg was made entirely of ice and stone. In the belly of the iceberg, Ling Zhao couldn't see very far with his eyes. He saw a giant claw on top of an ice sculpture. This claw was like a dragon's claw, with 4 toes and a sharp and indescribable shocking power. Not only that, this giant claw was covered in layers of dark blue scales, which were especially thick and hard. "This is a dragon claw," Ling Zhao exclaimed with certainty. He had seen many true dragon mythological beasts, so he could tell at a glance that this was undoubtedly a dragon claw. However, this dragon claw was much larger than dragon fifths. However, he didn't know if this dragon claw was just a part of an ice dragon, or a broken limb. Ling Zhao forced himself to calm down. He focused his divine eyes, trying to see through the layers of ice crystals. He wanted to see if this was a broken limb or if there really was an ice dragon sleeping here. When Ling Zhao's divine eyes saw through the layers, he really did see a huge dragon's body, dragon scales, and dragon tail. However, he couldn't see the dragon's head. It wasn't that it didn't have a head, but it was too far away. It seemed to be more than 10,000 meters long, and he couldn't see where it went. This is definitely an ice dragon. I didn't expect such an existence to be hidden in this 100,000-year iceberg. Ling Zhao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ling Zhao didn't dare to disturb this ice dragon. This was definitely a peak existence. Even if they shared the same source of draconic energy, their source of power was different, so it wouldn't give him face. However, if this ice dragon woke up and wanted to devour him, he wouldn't have any room to resist. However, he discovered that there were dragon spine ice vines growing on the dragon's body not far away. Dragon spine ice vines were divine objects that were born from being contaminated with draconic energy. They were shaped like a curved dragon spine, and there were protruding sections of the spine, with the aura of a true dragon constantly revolving around them. Generally speaking, a 5-segmented dragon spine was considered a sacred herb, a 7-segmented dragon spine was considered an ordinary divine herb, and a 7-segmented dragon spine was considered a supreme divine herb. However, the 3 stalks in front of him had a total of 11 segmented dragon sprouts. They were already top-notch supreme divine herbs. If such a syndicate dragon's pine ice vine were to be swallowed by an ice-attributed holy beast that was stained with dragon blood, it could almost achieve the sign of dragonization. Moreover, it might even condense a dragon ball and become a true dragon. If a human ice attribute supreme being were to consume it, he would be able to produce dragon spine and dragon chi, which would multiply his strength and increase his battle prowess. Ling Xiao had seen a 9-segmented dragon's pine gold vine in the Golden Dragon clan's territory. He didn't expect to see a top-notch 11-segmented dragon's pine ice vine here. It really made his heart beat faster. However, the dragon's pine ice rattan was on top of the dragon's ice sculpture. If he took the dragon's pine ice rattan, he might awaken the ice dragon. What's there to be afraid of? I'll take it and run. Maybe it's not asleep, but dead. Besides, even if it's alive, it won't devour me. After all, we both have dragon blood. We're of the same race. Ling Xiao struggled internally for a while before he finally made up his mind. He had always been courageous. Even if there was danger, he didn't want to miss out on such a rare divine treasure. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and used his divine soul doppelganger to break through the ice with the phantom sword. Ding ding! Originally, Ling Xiao had already gotten used to the sound of ice breaking. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but be alarmed. He was afraid that he would awaken the ice dragon. A distance of 100 meters was like 100,000 meters to Ling Xiao. He was extremely nervous. Finally, when his divine soul reached the dragon's pine ice rattan, the ice dragon didn't move. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately used the phantom sword to dig at the ice crystal where the 3 dragon's pine ice rattans were growing. These 3 dragon's pine ice rattans were several meters long. They were almost touching the dragon's back. When Ling Xiao dug, he had to be as careful as possible. The ice chi in this place was extremely dense. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao had refined some of the ice chi and could barely withstand the cold, his divine soul doppelganger wouldn't have been able to move so freely in that position. The sword gently slashed across the dragon's back, cutting out the area where the dragon's pine ice rattan was wrapped. Done! Ling Xiao let out a soft sigh. His palm sucked the ice crystal back to his real body and put it away. However, just as the dragon's pine ice rattan was about to be pulled away, there was a sudden change. The surrounding ice layer seemed to tremble. Not good. Is it waking up? Ling Xiao exclaimed. His divine soul power erupted and he quickly pulled the dragon's pine ice rattan back. However, the ice hole that Ling Xiao had just cut was instantly frozen, preventing his divine soul from returning. Ling Xiao didn't dare to delay. The phantom sword in his hand continued to cut open the ice hole. However, the nearby ice layer trembled more and more violently. The dragon's body seemed to be trembling as well. Damn, it's really waking up? Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. With great difficulty, his divine soul doppelganger was only 10 meters away from his real body. The dragon's claw actually moved and grabbed at his divine soul. As the dragon's claw moved, the surrounding ice crystals were all under its control. Ling Xiao's divine soul was completely sealed in ice. He couldn't return to his real body. Ling Xiao felt a pain in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but scream in pain. His divine soul source was frozen. Even his real body had suffered unprecedented damage. Damn it, break for me! Ling Xiao roared. He waved the imperial dragon heaven-slaying art with all his might. Every fiery fist melted the ice crystals. Bang! However, his efforts were in vain. The dragon's claw moved again and grabbed at his real body. Heavenly fire burning ice, break! Ling Xiao roared. He let the heavenly fire pearl unleash its heavenly fire power. He wanted to burn the ice layer completely. The power of the heavenly fire rose up in an instant, and a firebird rushed out in a flash, melting the layers of ice that were pressing down on them. However, although its firepower was strong, it couldn't immediately burn the extremely cold ice layer. Ling Xiao roared once more, "Black Tempest, tremble!" The Khanate's sinister wind pearl appeared. It emitted clouds of black death chi, which turned into a black storm. It grew stronger and stronger, turning many of the nearby ice crystals into ice water. The two heavenly jewels exploded at the same time. The ice layer on the divine soul doppelganger's side was finally cracked. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity. He sent his soul power over, causing the divine soul doppelganger's power to soar. He raised the obscure shadow sword and attacked in all directions. He opened a path of survival. He grabbed the dragon's pine ice vines and returned to his real body. The two became one. At the moment of fusion, Ling Xiao moved the ice crystal that was wrapped around the three dragon's pine ice vines into the medicine cauldron with a thought. "Go!" Ling Xiao didn't dare to hesitate. He shouted and charged out of the ice mountain with the obscure shadow sword in hand. The sword shadows that filled the skies swept across the world. The terrifying power directly impacted the layer of ice, causing the layer of ice to tremble incomparably and fall down. If it was a normal mountain, Ling Xiao's attack would have destroyed it and allowed him to escape. However, every piece of ice here was incomparably thick, comparable to ordinary divine weapons. It was impossible to break them in an instant. Fortunately, the two heavenly jewels opened a path. One was fire, and the other was wind. The wind and fire helped each other, forming a red and black disc. They protected Ling Xiao in the middle. Like a Tai Chi, they broke through hundreds of meters and escaped nearly 1,000 meters away. However, this had caused a huge commotion. The ice dragon finally woke up. Its body shook, and a dragon's roar came from an unknown direction. The dragon's roar rumbled, and many layers of ice were destroyed. Countless layers of ice collapsed into icy water. Ling Xiao and the two heavenly jewels were embedded into the ice by the powerful impact. Ling Xiao was bleeding profusely. His eardrums were broken, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His spirit was shaken. This was definitely the first time he was attacked by such a terrifying sound wave. He didn't have any room to resist. The two heavenly jewels were only knocked over by the force, but they were still very protective of their master. They completely destroyed the ice around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao endured the pain. He got up again and rushed out. "It still needs some time to turn over. I can definitely escape." Ling Xiao's divine power circulated rapidly. His injuries healed quickly. His strength burst forth like a rainbow, and he broke through the ice once again. Ling Xiao once again escaped into the disc form with the two heavenly jewels. Like a Tai Chi spinning rapidly, Yin and Yang Chi intertwined to form a mysterious power. It kept grinding the ice to pieces. Ling Xiao felt that the incomparably thick ice was not as hard to break as before. He was overjoyed. "I didn't expect the heavenly fire jewel and the Yin wind jewel to fuse and form the power of wind and fire. Its destructive power is so shocking. I should have thought of this earlier." Ling Xiao was no longer affected by the ice. He raised his speed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of meters away. As the ice dragon turned over, many layers of ice were destroyed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This huge ice mountain that had existed for millions of years was actually trembling. It shook the surrounding ice mountains and made them feel like they were falling. Many ice attribute holy beasts that lived here were frightened and flew out of the ice mountains. They were all extremely frightened. They crawled towards the ice mountain, their bodies trembling. It was as if they felt the majesty of their king, forcing them to submit. On the other side of the mountain range, the ice race felt the strong tremors. They were all extremely shocked. A few ice race supreme masters appeared again. They first comforted the ice race people, then rushed towards the ice mountain range. When they arrived, they were shocked to find that the ice mountain, which had not melted for tens of thousands of years, had caved in. Many ice rocks and snow were rolling down, like an avalanche. Not long after, a figure wrapped in red and black energy rushed out of the ice mountain. It was like a real dragon with a very strong aura. However, the figure was rushing towards the sky in a sorry state. Chapter 1623. That's Alchemist Ling. He's been in the iceberg for 3 years, yet he can stay there for so long. He's even more resistant to the cold than us Ice Tribe members. Bing Han Fong exclaimed. Look at what's above his head. Such a strong fire and a black storm. Are they two completely different origin energies? So powerful. No wonder he could stay in the iceberg for so long. Bing Shue exclaimed. Look closely, those are 2 heaven beads. Such a strong origin energy. Bing Ming also exclaimed. These 2 extreme heavenly beads should be rivals, yet he managed to fuse them together. He's a rare genius. The Ice Tribe's patriarch exclaimed. Suddenly, another terrifying dragon roar rang out, scaring them so much that they almost fell from the sky. What is that? Could it be that there are some terrifying holy beasts under the ice mountain? No, it's not a sacred beast, it's a divine beast. Look, it's an ice dragon. Such a huge and mighty ice dragon. Has it been sleeping in the iceberg all this time? Oh no, it's been angered by Alchemist Ling. What should we do? The Ice Tribe Supremes were horrified. The Ice Tribe had lived on this land for hundreds of thousands of years and knew that there were many sacred beasts with ice properties. They often came here to tame some as their mounts. However, they didn't know that there was a top-notch ice dragon divine beast in the largest iceberg. This was too shocking. The Ice Tribe members in the distance also felt the mighty dragon aura, which made them tremble in fear. That 10,000-meter-long ice dragon emitted a deep blue divine light. Ice crystals flickered in all directions. That mighty dragon head roared at the sky. That powerful dragon body coiled and coiled. Its dragon scales glowed with a dazzling light. Its dragon claws swaggered and its tail swept in all directions. It was truly majestic and divine. The ice dragon broke through the iceberg and shot straight up, chasing after Ling Xiao out of the 9 heavens domain. Another dragon roar rang out, shattering the 9 heavens barrier and causing many astral winds to sweep in. As soon as Ling Xiao landed in the outer space, he felt his blood qi turn over like a rising sea. His internal organs were shaken, and he vomited blood. His god body was about to explode. Terrifying. This was the only word that flashed through Ling Xiao's mind. He was incomparably shocked and wanted to escape as fast as he could. If the ice dragon caught up to him, he would definitely die. This was an existence on the same level as the Dragon King. Dragon Fifth was far weaker than it, and there was no way he could fight it. Human has disturbed this king's sleep. Do you think you can escape? The roar of the ice dragon was vast and mighty, like rolling thunder. It was enough to kill anyone below the mid-level supreme martial artist realm. Even a high-level supreme martial artist would be severely injured. Ling Xiao lost his balance. He rolled on the ground as his god body was hurt badly. He could not make his god's soul doppelganger appear again, because he had already injured his origin. He had to use the soul-controlling art to heal his injuries before he could fight again. Moreover, he was afraid that his god's soul would be frozen and destroyed again. If that happened, he would suffer a heavy loss. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose to fight back against the ice dragon, an extremely cold force attacked him, and the space tens of thousands of meters in front of him was completely frozen. This kind of cold qi was the most difficult existence to fight against in the belly of the 100,000-year-old iceberg. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had already refined the nether snow cold force, and he had also refined this kind of cold qi before, so he could barely resist and not lose consciousness from the cold. Otherwise, he would not even have a way to save himself. At this moment, Ling Xiao's 2 heavenly jewels spun out again, and the 2 forces merged to break through the layer of ice. However, the ice dragon was already chasing after him. The dragon's claw seemed to be a casual slap, but it already had the power of a thunderbolt, completely destroying all the ice crystals. Ling Xiao's god body could not bear it anymore, and it completely exploded. Fortunately, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head once again played a powerful defensive role, so his head could not be destroyed. Otherwise, even a peak supreme being would die from this attack. It must be known that his body was already comparable to a high-grade ancient god artifact, but it could not bear the power of this attack. It could be seen how terrifying the ice dragon was. After flying far away, Ling Xiaofan reconstructed his body once again. At the same time, he released his dragon-shaped battle chi without any hesitation. The golden dragon roared, and it glared at the mighty ice dragon from afar. It emitted a dragon-shaped battle chi that came from the origin. As expected, the ice dragon that was about to charge over stopped in its tracks. Its two dragon eyes emitted a bone-chilling light. Golden dragon blood chi, you have devoured my clan's bloodline. Unlike Ling Xiao, the ice dragon did not reduce its killing intent towards him as Ling Xiao had expected. Instead, it roared angrily, and the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was completely frozen, so that Ling Xiao had no chance to escape. At the same time, its dragon head rushed towards Ling Xiao, and it wanted to devour Ling Xiao alive. Ling Xiao was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally thought that the ice dragon would think that he was from the same clan and let him go. Now, it was the opposite of what he wanted. Lord Ice Dragon, let's talk this out. I have not devoured the Golden Dragon. I am good friends with them and the Water Dragon clan, and I have entered the Dragon Transformation Pool. Ling Xiao hurriedly explained. At the same time, he summoned the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady belonged to the water attribute, and she looked similar to the huge ice dragon in front of him. However, be it in terms of length or size, the Dragon Lady appeared much smaller than the ice dragon. The cold pervaded the air, and even the Dragon Lady could not bear it. She exhaled the dragon pearl, and barely managed to prevent her body from being frozen. However, water would freeze in the face of cold, and she felt extremely uncomfortable in this environment. However, she sensed that her boss was in trouble, and discovered the existence of the ice dragon. She could not help but roar at the ice dragon a few times, and stood guard by Ling Xiao's side. The huge ice dragon stopped once again, and its eyes shone brightly. Its nose twitched a few times, and it faintly said, "The princess of the Water Dragon clan? Greetings, Ice Dragon King." The Dragon Lady also felt the huge pressure from the ice dragon, and the blood of the same clan was boiling within her. She could not help but respond. "You did not lie to me, human." After saying that, the ice dragon opened its mouth and immediately sucked all the ice crystals within tens of thousands of miles into its stomach, removing the seal. "Hee, I'm known as an honest little man, how could I lie to Lord Ice Dragon?" Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and forced a smile. The explosion of his divine body just now had caused him a lot of damage, and he had to use the ancient Emperor Divine technique to quickly recover. "You should die for disturbing my sleep, human. However, you are related to my clan by blood, so I'll spare your life for now. I'll ask the Water Dragon Princess and see if she's under your control. I, the dragons, will never become a human servant beast," the ice dragon said, and instantly transformed into a human. He turned into a middle-aged man, but his handsome and strong physique did not decrease at all, and his body was still emitting a cold aura. He walked towards the Dragon Lady step by step, and spoke in dragon language, as if he was questioning the Dragon Lady. The Dragon Lady also transformed into a peerless beauty, and let out a roar that Ling Xiao could not understand. After a while, they stopped communicating, and the ice dragon's expression also eased slightly. "It's been 1,000,000 years since I slept. It turns out that there are still many other branches of my clan. On the contrary, I'm afraid only the Ice Dragon clan has this old dragon." The ice dragon suddenly said with some emotion in human language. 1,000,000 years. Ling Xiao was instantly stunned. He had long guessed that the ice dragon might have been sleeping in the iceberg for tens of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 years, but he did not expect it to be as long as 1,000,000 years. That was something that had reached the ancient times, infinitely close to the ancient times. He finally understood why the ice dragon was so terrifying. He was afraid that it had reached the peak of this world, and no one could subdue it. The ice dragon ignored Ling Xiao's surprise, and continued to say to the Dragon Lady, "Now that the Water Dragon clan and the Golden Dragon exist, I, the old dragon, will not be lonely anymore. Bring me back to see if all my old friends are still there." After saying that, He actually ignored Ling Xiao and pulled the dragon lady away. "Hey, Lord Ice Dragon, you can't do this." Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted. "Why, do you have a problem with that?" The ice dragon glared at Ling Xiao and shouted. Its voice was deafening, and it made people's blood boil. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand the impact of its voice. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, No, why would I? I just think that it's better for me to bring you to the Golden Dragon clan. The Kim people live with them." "Is what he said true?" the ice dragon asked the dragon lady. The dragon lady nodded and said, "What the boss said is true. He is also a guest general of the Water Dragon clan. We are indebted to him." The dragon lady naturally sided with Ling Xiao. After hearing this, the ice dragon's expression softened a little and said, "You humans are cunning. However, your child's words should be true. In that case, let him lead the way for this old dragon. I will forgive him for disturbing you." "It's my honor to lead the way for Lord Ice Dragon," Ling Xiao said happily. "If I can trick this ice dragon to protect me, that would be great," Ling Xiao said happily. However, the ice dragon seemed to be able to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said, "You are not qualified to let this old dragon take care of you. If you dare to lie to this old dragon, I will swallow you alive." Ling Xiao waved his hands and said, "No, thank you, Lord Ice Dragon. I just feel very close to Lord Ice Dragon. You are like an elder, very powerful and extraordinary. To be able to stay with you, I feel comfortable all over." The Ice Clan Supremes who had just rushed out heard Ling Xiao's words and almost vomited on the spot. Can this guy be more shameless? Chapter 1624. Before Ling Xiao took Ice Dragon away, he didn't forget to ask the Ice Clan for the Icy Soul Rejuvenating Spring, the Ice Tree Ginseng Fruit, and many other divine items of Ice class. Of course, Ling Xiao wanted to disturb them, so he gave them 2 Supreme God Pellets. The incipient God Realm experts of the Ice Clan were very grateful to Ling Xiao. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying prowess. Even the Ice Dragon was fawning over him. They didn't dare to offend someone as unreasonable as Ling Xiao. At the same time, they felt regretful. If Ice Dragon was the divine beast of the Ice Clan, it would be much better. However, they didn't have the ability to subdue a true dragon at such a terrifying realm. After the warriors of the Ice Clan saw them off, Ling Xiao took Ice Dragon and Dragon Lady back to the Dragon Mountain Range. It had been 4 years since Ling Xiao had come to the mysterious Sky region and the Ice Clan. This time, he had saved Xiaofeng and gained a big harvest. It was enough to satisfy him. Along the way, Ice Dragon pulled Dragon Lady and talked nonstop. He didn't care about Ling Xiao's flattering words. Eventually, Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He had to give up the idea of recruiting this Ice Dragon. He could feel the power of this Ice Dragon. He was afraid that it was in existence at peak of level 11. As long as the top 10 experts of the Supreme list didn't show up, no one could be its opponent. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This old dragon is so stubborn. I was born by the will of the heavens. You should follow me. Ling Xiao took the 2 dragons back to the Dragon Mountain Range and brought Ice Dragon to the Golden Dragon's territory. Except for a few people who could enter the Golden Dragon's territory freely, the other Kim people couldn't get close to it. And Ling Xiao was the one who could come and go as he pleased. As Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle force grew stronger and stronger, he grew closer to the dragon race. When the Ice Dragon arrived, it turned into its original form and roared, causing the entire Golden Dragon clan to tremble. This time, the 2 Dragon Kings of the Golden Dragon appeared at the same time. They roared and collided with the Ice Dragon in the sky to show their affection. Only the supreme experts of the Kim people could see this. They couldn't believe their eyes. Where did this true dragon come from? It looks like an ice dragon, and it's extremely ferocious. It's on par with the 2 Golden Dragon Kings, but it seems to be even more powerful. Even I'm feeling a little uneasy from its frosty aura. The true dragon is the most powerful divine beast clan since ancient times. Legend has it that many of their branches have already been destroyed. I didn't expect to see an ice dragon here. It seems that our gold clan is as powerful as the heavens. That's most likely the case. Only Elder Ling Xiao, with his unimaginable physique and bloodline, can be so close to the dragons. I heard that he also has a water dragon to protect him. That's most likely the case. Only Elder Ling Xiao, with his incredible physique and bloodline, can be so personal with the dragons. I heard that he also has a water dragon to protect him. The supremes of the Kim people were all whispering to each other, their faces full of envy and joy. Ling Xiao brought the ice dragon to the golden dragon and took the opportunity to ask the golden dragon for some metal-attributed divine items as his reward. He was really a person who refused to suffer any losses. It was fate that brought him here. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the Dragon Gate, he heard Ling Bo summon and rushed over without hesitation. In the meeting hall, there were only Ling Bo, Ling Qiu, and a few elders. When Ling Xiao walked in, other than the faint smiles on their faces, each and every one of them seemed to have a heavy heart. Ling Xiao would not easily peep into other people's thoughts. After all, these were all his own clansmen, and he would respect them. "Xiao, did you bring that ice dragon back?" Ling Bo looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "It's just a coincidence, but it might not stay here for long." This was the Ice Dragon King. He felt that it was impossible for it to stay in the Golden Dragon for long. Sooner or later, it would return to the other side of the Ice Mountain Range or find another place to sleep. What a pity! If it could stay in the Dragon-Gazing Mountain Range, that would be great. Ling Qiu sighed at the side. It's good enough that our clan has the protection of the Golden Dragon. We can't expect too much, Ling Bo said and then said, "Xiao, have you been to the Medicine Union recently?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Not yet." A beautiful figure appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a strong sense of longing in his heart. Sure enough, it seems that there are some things you don't know. The territory gates of the Heaven Source area and the Sky Tiger area have been completely sealed. The two areas have disappeared, and in the Southern Territory, the Supreme Masters of the two areas have joined forces to fight. If there is nothing important, you shouldn't go to the Southern Territory. Some of our clansmen went there to look for the Source Stone, but they all died. Only one person came back. It is said that an ancestor of the Dark Shadow clan, Ing Ma, and Ba Mo of the Godly Axe Gang have joined hands and formed the Dragon Slayer Union. They swore to eradicate the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Whoever goes to the Southern Territory will be killed. Now they are accumulating strength, hoping that one day they will come back to the Heaven area. So we have to be careful. There's such a thing? Ling Zhao's face darkened. He should have guessed that Ing Ma and Ba Mo would take revenge, but he didn't expect that they would join hands. The rallying power of the two Peak Supreme Masters was amazing, and he believed that they would become stronger quickly. When they returned to the Heaven area, it would be a disaster for the Kim people. Now Tai Meng Ancestor has brought a few elders to the outer area. They plan to imitate them and form a gang to deal with any changes in the future, Ling Qiu said. If only Tai Meng Ancestor was here. I heard that he formed a gang with the Wind God, Feng Qingyong. If we could use the power of this gang, we could kill Ing Ma, Ba Mo, and the others to prevent future troubles, an elder said gloomily. We have already used the clan altar to send out the summons. The clansmen who have been away for many years have returned, but the two ancestors, Tai Meng and Wu Di, haven't come back yet. Sighed. Another person sighed. The people present all had heavy expressions. They were facing these powerful enemies, but they couldn't kill them all, so they were more or less anxious. Xiao, you have to remember that there are still 3 more Genesis stones. We will buy them from all over the Heaven area and see who can exchange them. If not, we will have to rely on Tai Meng Ancestor. I believe that the Ancestor will listen to him. You can't take the risk to go to the outer area, Ling Bo reminded. Ling Xiao nodded in response, but in fact, he had another thought in his mind. The matter between the Heaven Source area and the Heaven Tiger area was actually related to him. Now that the two areas were at war, it was definitely the beginning of the dispute. He wasn't worried about what would happen to the Heaven Source area, but he was worried about the woman who was the young temple master. She must be hoping that someone could accompany her and support her. Maybe it's time to go. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate and called Yao Qingmin. Among the many women, this woman was definitely the one who was the most lazy to cultivate. Her brain seemed to be lacking a brain, and she had a carefree personality. She often went to the auction outside the Dragon Gate to preside over the auctions, which won her the fanatical pursuit of many men. She was like a young and invincible beauty, giving people the feeling that she was the most approachable, the most girl-next-door feeling. In the past, there were many men who fought over her heart. However, this woman seemed to have some bad intentions. She waited for the other side to decide the winner before weakly saying, "I'm Ling Xiao's woman. If you can be as handsome as him, as strong as him, and as proficient in alchemy as he is, and if you can defeat him in all aspects, I might consider it." The group of men who thought they were capable immediately retreated after hearing this. No one dared to challenge alchemy god Ling's prestige. Now, Yao Qingmin was also a god king, but she was only a low-level god king. Back when she reached the demigod king realm, she relied on the god king elixir to break through. Her face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes flowed with a hint of amorous feelings. Her figure was plump and smooth, and she revealed the charm of a mature young woman. She was truly capable of moving the hearts of others. "Husband, you were looking for this servant." Yao Qingmin walked with lotus steps. Her jade-like pearls lightly moved, and her clear voice entered the lungs. Yao Qingmin had been in and out of the auction house for a long time, so she had an additional air of worldly affairs. However, it gave people a more personal feeling. "Minner, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao glanced at Yao Qingmin in astonishment. Why did he feel that Yao Qingmin had an additional allure similar to Yu Lian's? Yao Qingmin didn't respond to Ling Xiao. Instead, she coiled around Ling Xiao like a snake and used her plump and mature body to press against Ling Xiao. Her delicate hands gently caressed Ling Xiao's chest and her jade lips licked Ling Xiao's ear. "This servant missed you to death." Ling Xiao suddenly felt a surge of heat throughout his body, and he almost couldn't help but shiver. He knew that among the many women, the most proactive was Yao Qingmin. Her teasing always made him the most unable to control himself, and it was very easy for him to get excited. More often than not, when Ling Xiao wanted it, she would refuse and welcome it. Her natural seductive body was not inferior to Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang. Yao Qingmin pulled Ling Xiao's thick hands towards her ample bosom and said shyly, "You go out for so long every time. This servant wants it?" Ling Xiao lightly held that soft place and couldn't help but pull this woman into his embrace. He immediately and tyrannically kissed her jade lips. This kiss was very long, and Yao Qingmin was almost unable to breathe. However, she didn't mind. On the contrary, she felt a burst of joy in her heart. She hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck and twisted her body. Her fragrance pervaded the air, and the mood of spring rippled. When Ling Xiao was about to let go of her, she said, "Husband, I want it." Finished speaking, she once again blocked Ling Xiao's mouth. Her delicate hands actually tore apart Ling Xiao's clothes. Her voice was like a spring song, and her movements were wild, stimulating Ling Xiao's long-hidden intense desire. He unceremoniously covered her plump buttocks with his palm and kneaded them, responding to her request. Chapter 1625. A storm-like pleasure caused a man and a woman to embrace each other in satisfaction. Yao Qingmin's naked, sparkling body was like an octopus clinging onto Ling Xiao's body. The rosy color on her face did not fade for a long time. After so many years of painstaking guarding, every time they had sex, she would take as much as she wanted, until she felt exhausted. Ling Xiao couldn't help but caress Yao Qingmin's shoulders with pity and said softly, "Have you suffered all these years?" Now, he more or less wanted to live a peaceful life for a while. He didn't want to run around, he didn't want to search for spirit items, and he didn't want to seek the strongest peak. Instead, he wanted to cherish everything he had now and take good care of them. How could that be? "We sisters all know that you have a lot of things to do, so we don't want to drag you down. It's just that sometimes we can't help but think of you. We want you to sleep together and go crazy together. Without you, the days are too boring." Yao Qingmin said emotionally. Yes, I'm sorry, but all of this will be over soon. As long as we find the other 3 Genesis stones and rescue the old ancestor, I will accompany you all around the heaven realm. Even if you want to go to the outer realm, I will help you. Ling Xiao said seriously. Although he said it was fast, how could the other 3 Genesis stones be easy to find? Yao Qingmin didn't linger on this topic anymore. Her body slid down towards Ling Xiao, and her full chest was still squeezed onto Ling Xiao's body. The 2 firm and bright red spots seemed to be teasing Ling Xiao's chest. Husband, why did you call me here before? I don't believe that the first person you thought of when you came back here is me. Yao Qingmin blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Ling Xiao smiled and reached out to hold her full chest. From time to time, he would play with the 2 bright red spots and said, "Why can't I think of you first? Husband is here to compensate you." She stopped Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Think about it, every time you come back, you either look for Big Sister Yun first, or you look for your ex-en-er or those 2 demons. When did you look for me first? I don't believe it." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He had never paid much attention to this. Every time he returned to the peak, he would try his best to take care of every woman's feelings and not leave any of them out cold. He didn't expect this woman in front of him to have such a competitive mentality. "All right, your husband will look for you more often in the future, but only if you can serve your husband in bed with the other sisters." Ling Xiao said jokingly. "Husband, you are still as bad as before, but I like it." Yao Qingmin lightly patted Ling Xiao and said, "All right, your husband has something for you now. You can enjoy it with your master." Ling Xiao said and handed over a spatial ring to her. Yao Qingmin did not stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. She took the spatial ring and impatiently looked inside. Her expression instantly froze, and then she exclaimed softly, "This? So many ice attribute divine objects, and that cold stone, why do I feel a very powerful icy cold power? That is a dark snow ice stone. I believe it will allow you and your master to condense the dark snow cold force, but you must not be too hasty when refining it. You must refine it bit by bit, otherwise, it will be very troublesome if you are frozen," Ling Xiao reminded. He then said, "Those ice attribute divine objects are enough to increase your strength further. You can't be lazy anymore. Right now, you are the weakest." Yao Qingmin happily kissed Ling Xiao's face and said, "At least you still have a bit of conscience. Remember to think for me and master. If only junior sister was here, she could also refine these divine objects with us to become stronger. I wonder how she is doing now." "She should be fine," Ling Xiao responded. He also wanted to know the whereabouts of Bing Ruoshui. She was together with Yun Mingqi. With 2 great beauties traveling together, he couldn't help but be a little worried. He could only hope that they had some kind of opportunity. After Yao Qingmin obtained these divine objects, she once again took the initiative to ride on Ling Xiao's body, and after a round of craziness, she took the spatial ring and happily went to find her master. After Ling Xiao sorted out his things, he went to meet the other women one after another. Their cultivations had all increased by a lot, and a few of them were still in seclusion or going out to train. Ling Xiao was only trying to speed up their cultivation as much as possible, but they still hadn't experienced much, so it was impossible for them to reach the supreme being level like him. That required a lot of comprehension and accumulation. Even if Feng Xianyun's physique was extraordinary, her cultivation had slowed down a lot, stopping at the high-level divine king realm. Unless she went out to temper herself, enhance her comprehension, and solidify the foundation of her divine power, she might be able to speed up her cultivation. Among the many women, the ones who worked the hardest were Yuro Fei and Dongfang Jing. The former was the oldest among all of Ling Xiao's women, but she used to be the strongest. Now, she still maintained the strongest momentum, reaching the peak of divine king realm. Unfortunately, she lacked the divine objects of the light attribute. Otherwise, she could definitely try to break through to the half-incipient god realm. After all, she often went out to train with Mad Monk, so her fighting competence was definitely the strongest among the women. As for Dongfang Jing, she had caught up from behind. She almost forced herself to cultivate, and ever since she came to the heaven realm, she rarely stayed with others. She often went out to train, and when she returned, she would go into closed-door cultivation. She could be called a cultivation madman. Every time she knew that Ling Xiao was coming back, she would take the initiative to accompany Ling Xiao for a few days. From time to time, she would ask Ling Xiao to help her cultivate. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel touched by Dongfang Jing's efforts. Moreover, he had given her more cultivation resources than the other women. This could be considered as a form of consolation for her. After staying in the Dragon Gate for about a month, Ling Xiao once again chose to travel far. This time, he didn't bring Dragon Girl. She had been commandeered by the Ice Dragon King. She still had to bring the Ice Dragon King to the Xianling continent to see the old Dragon King of the Water Dragon clan. Ling Xiao first rushed to the Sky Sparrow region and let the prodigal go to the Nirvana space to cultivate with the Vermilion Bird Divine Beast. The Nirvana space was full of the fire attribute, which could help the prodigal improve faster. Now, Ling Xiao couldn't think about him alone. He had to make the divine beasts and holy beasts that followed him stronger. He couldn't let them be buried. As for the ghost, it couldn't break through for a long time, so it was also released back to the Thousand Demon Mountain Range. In the Thousand Demon Mountain Range, there was a divine item that could increase its divine power. It could help it break through one last time and reach the advanced stage of the 11th level. Now, the three holy beasts that followed beside Ling Xiao were Xiao Jin, Muscle Man, and Dragon Horse. No matter what, Ling Xiao had to raise them to the intermediate stage of the 11th level first. After arriving at the Sky Sparrow region, other than meeting Xinyu Yi, Xinyu Xiangma, and Xia Xianxian, Ling Xiao specially went to the Yen clan and the Gu clan. He went to the Yen clan to build a good relationship with them and exchange some alchemy skills with the Yen clan's drug god. As for the Gu clan, it was for his son, Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian was recognized as the young clan leader of the Gu clan. He was asked to stay in the Gu clan and lead them to develop and become stronger. This was actually a good thing, but Feng Lingtian's personality had always been unstable. He didn't want to be the young clan leader. The Gu clan lived in a rather secluded place in the Sky Sparrow region. They rarely came out and were self-sufficient. They recuperated and nurtured their Gu seeds. Ling Xiao only found out that they lived in the mountain range called the Thousand Poison Forest after receiving Dugu Jin's guidance. There were many poisonous creatures and many poison sources here. There were also many poison masters who came from the Gu clan. This was a mysterious race, a race that people were jealous of. No one wanted to provoke them. Now, Feng Xinyun's grandfather, the high priest, had already settled down here. Compared to the Sky Dragon region, the high priest preferred to return to the lifestyle of his clan. After Ling Xiao arrived at the Heaven and Earth realm, he immediately felt a fog that looked like dark clouds. Traces of corrosive poison sources began to invade his body. Although these poison sources were weak, they could reduce the lifespan of ordinary martial artists. No wonder that kid is so popular here. He loves poisonous creatures. The poison sources here are just right for him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He walked towards the Gu clan's territory calmly. Many poison sources scattered to the left and right. They couldn't get close to him at all. After coming to the Thousand Poison Forest, he could occasionally see some Gu clan people wandering around. Ling Zhao's spiritual force swept across the area. Almost everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was within his range. However, when his spiritual force swept across the Gu clan's territory, it was blocked by a corrosive power. Who dares to peep at the Gu clan? An old voice sounded faintly. Then, a figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao like a dark green cloud in the blink of an eye. High-level supreme martial artist. These words immediately appeared in Ling Zhao's mind. Only an existence of this level could sense his spiritual force and possess such speed. Little Tian? You're not Little Tian. You actually look somewhat similar to him. Could you be Little Tian's father, the alchemist god Ling Xiao? The person who came let out a soft cry. The person who came was skinny and looked incomparably old. He wore a black robe and his face was wrinkled. There were only a few strands of white hair on his head. However, the strange smell emitted from his body was enough to poison an ordinary person to death. Ling Xiao said in his heart, It's that kid who looks somewhat similar to me. This old man really doesn't know how to speak. That's right. I am Ling Xiao. Greetings, senior. Ling Xiao slightly bowed and said, "Ha, good. You came at the right time. Little Tian always says that I'm not as strong as you. He wants me to defeat you so that he will willingly stay in the clan to cultivate. Today, I will defeat you and let that kid willingly become the young clan leader." The old man let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed. Then he locked onto Ling Xiao's aura and shouted, "You and I will fight in the outer realm." Chapter 1626. There were 4 great kings in the Tian-Ke territory: King of Dan, King of Barbarians, King of Beasts, and King of Gu. The King of Dan was the alchemy god, the ancestor of the Yen family. The King of Barbarians was the incipient god realm expert of the Man tribe. The King of Beasts was Dugupu, the one who could control beasts. The King of Gu was Duku, the King of Gu. Duke of Hu was the patriarch of the Gu race for a few generations, and he was a high-level supreme being. With his Gu technique and Gu poison abilities, he could easily defeat a peak supreme being. It was also because the Gu race had many tricks up their sleeves that ordinary people didn't want to provoke. Now that Duke of Hu had locked onto Ling Xiao and forced Ling Xiao to fight in outer space, it was out of Ling Xiao's expectations. Of course, I will obey the orders of an elder. Ling Xiao smiled calmly and rushed towards outer space with Duke of Hu. Ah, good. With this courage, you are indeed worthy of being little Tian's father. You have some guts like him. Duke of Hu laughed heartily. Ling Xiao's face turned green, and he thought to himself, is there something wrong with this old man's brain? Little Tian is my son, and he is the one who has the same boldness as me. The two of them landed on the outer space like 2 towering mountains. Even the raging astral winds couldn't shake them. Little Tian said that his father is a great hero. Today I, Duke of Hu, shall see if it's really as he said. Make your move, I will let you have 10 moves. Duke of Hu said heroically. Old man, I'll let you have 3 moves first. Otherwise, you'll lose face. Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. So arrogant. It seems like you are the same as Tian. Do you know what my cultivation is? Duke of Hu chuckled, and the aura of a high-level supreme being was released without any concealment. His aura shrouded towards Ling Xiao, and he wanted to suppress Ling Xiao with his aura. However, his advanced-level aura had no effect on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there calmly, like an unshakable mountain that had existed for 10,000 years. At this moment, Duke of Hu frowned his brows. He finally saw through Ling Xiao's cultivation. He had actually reached the pinnacle of the mid-level supremacy realm. Didn't you say that your cultivation is only at the middle level? You actually managed to reach the pinnacle in such a short period of time. You do have some tricks up your sleeves. Coupled with your Kim people's ancient emperor divine art, you should be able to fight against ordinary high-level sovereigns. However, this old man has been a high-level sovereign for many years. How can you be my opponent? Duke of Hu muttered to himself as he chose to make the first move. A claw with a strong dark green color suddenly appeared and clawed at Ling Xiao's head. The space was torn apart, and the claw energy pierced through the space and descended on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. Instead, his dragon eyes flickered with a shrewd light. A dragon-shaped battle chi rushed out of his back and forcefully knocked away the claw. Rumble! The dark green claw radiance was instantly destroyed. A mighty golden dragon flickered above Ling Xiao's head. It was as if it were alive, and it had become incomparably powerful and extraordinary. That's a divine beast true dragon. No, this is just a condensed form of battle chi. Good heavens, those who can condense battle chi to attack are all on the sovereign ranking. You actually know this as well. You are indeed as talented as Ting. Duke of Hu exclaimed in surprise. The more Ling Xiao listened to the old man's words, the more annoyed he became. He shouted, "Old man or is my son. His talent is bestowed upon him by me. Come on, you still have 2 moves left." Fine. Since you have a dragon-shaped battle chi, I'll use my Saint Beast to protect myself. Duke of Hu laughed. Suddenly, two black shadows appeared behind him. They were two gigantic goo kings. Their sinister appearance was filled with a thirst for blood. The two goo kings let out a strange cry and pounced at Ling Xiao. Waves of poison spread out from their bodies. Even a god king wouldn't be able to withstand the poison. Go, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His dragon-shaped battle chi also charged forward. The dragon-shaped battle chi was extraordinary. Along with Ling Xiao's advancement, its combat strength had increased significantly. It was now at the peak of the mid-level divine beast. The two goo kings before him were only at the mid-level of the 11th rank. They were still quite a distance away from the peak of the mid-level divine beast. Their poison was tyrannical and could rival a peak mid-level divine beast. However, they had no advantage against the dragon-shaped battle chi. This was because the dragon-shaped battle chi wasn't afraid of the poison origin chi. The dragon-shaped battle chi roared like a real dragon, causing the two huge and slender goo kings to writhe and shriek. In terms of offensive strength, how could the goo kings be a match for a true dragon? Brat, you're strong indeed. Take this. Duke of Hu seized the opportunity to launch an attack. With a shout, he struck out with his claws. 100 venomous claws. This time, Duke of Hu used all of his strength. His countless claws were filled with dense venomous energy. Once touched by this venomous energy, even a supreme expert at the incipient god realm wouldn't be able to resist it. Of course, he didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. Since he had the ability to use poison, he naturally had the ability to retrieve the poison origin. He just wanted to torture Ling Xiao a little bit so that he would know the consequences of ignoring an old man. The entire sky was filled with venomous energy. The surrounding space was completely dyed in a layer of dark green. It was as if hundreds of venomous insects had appeared in the world. It was a disgusting sight to behold. Once the venomous insects entered one's body, not only would they be corroded by the venomous insects, but they would also be controlled by the venomous insects. They wouldn't be able to escape from the body and would be controlled by the venomous insects. This was the Tao of the venomous insects. It was unpredictable and strange. No one dared to provoke them. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. At his level, no poison could invade his body. The coldness and heat couldn't harm him at all. However, he didn't take this attack head-on. Instead, he used the storm movement technique and turned into a gust of wind. He appeared in front of Duke of Hu. Duke of Hu's attack missed and he couldn't help but think to himself, I heard that this kid cultivates 5 elements at the same time, including the wind element. It seems like it's true. If I don't risk my life, I won't be able to suppress him. For the third attack, Duke of Hu chose to use all of his strength. Kid, pay attention. I'll defeat you with this move. Duke of Hu reminded Ling Xiao. The venomous insects around his body started to spread, and the shadows of venomous insects swayed. 10,000 venomous insects devour the heavens. Numerous goo kings rushed out and surrounded the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. All of them rushed towards Ling Xiao. Countless goo poisons carried a terrifying corrosive intent that was enough to make even a pinnacle supreme martial artist retreat. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, he would still be surrounded by the venomous insects. It was impossible for him to escape, and he could only face them head-on. Seal! A serious expression flashed across Ling Xiao's face. He didn't feel any threat from the old man in front of him. After all, the old man was someone who cultivated venomous insects. Most of his time was spent refining venomous insects, and his battle prowess was also dependent on the venomous insects. His strength was only comparable to a peak intermediate level magus like him. The old man had used all of his strength in this attack, and he couldn't be too arrogant. He had to give the old man some face and break his attack. Ling Xiao's glacier fist blasted out, and a blue ice color began to burst forth. Ice fists with fist intent suddenly appeared, and countless dark snow-cold forces began to freeze the surroundings. The temperature of the surrounding space instantly became incomparably cold. Many venomous insects were frozen to the point that they couldn't move. They were all sealed in ice, forming a world that resembled an ice sculpture. Duke of Hu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated without any hesitation. "Oh my, are you trying to freeze this old man to death?" Duke of whose body trembled as he cried out. The dark snow energy that Ling Xiao had refined wasn't ordinary, and he had even refined some of the coldest ice energy before the ice dragon. Even the ice nether's dark snow energy couldn't be compared to his. Even Duke of who was a high-level supremacy realm expert, couldn't withstand the pressure of the cold energy. It was obvious how powerful it was. Ling Xiao retracted his fist, but the ice crystals were still shining brightly, and the cold energy lingered in the air. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's body moved slightly, and he lightly shouted, "Shatter!" His voice was like the descent of a sovereign, and it had a kind of charm to it. It caused the ice crystals to shatter, and the venomous insects to dissipate along with the shattering of the ice crystals. When the cold energy disappeared, Duke of Hu heaved a sigh of relief. He could sense that if he was sealed in ice, he wouldn't be able to escape. "Brat, you're a freak, stop fighting," Duke of Hu exclaimed. How could he dare to challenge Ling Xiao now? He had already confirmed that Feng Lingtian's words weren't wrong. His father was indeed stronger than him, the old patriarch. "It's naturally for the best if we can stop fighting," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He retracted his dragon battle chi, and the two venomous insects were covered in wounds. They weren't a match for his dragon battle chi at all. No wonder little Tian views you as his idol. It seems like he was right. However, it's best for him to stay in our race as the young patriarch. His ability to refine venomous insects is unparalleled, and our race's Heaven Gu Cauldron is also prepared to be passed down to him, Duke of Hu said to Ling Xiao. He said this because he hoped that Ling Xiao would agree to let Feng Lingtian stay in the Gu clan. This is the hope for the Gu clan to become stronger in the future. Heaven Gu Cauldron, I didn't expect it to exist in the Gu clan, Ling Xiao said in his heart. This is one of the 9 great cauldrons, ranked 7th. It's the inheritance divine cauldron of the Gu clan. Back then, Ling Xiao only found the saint rank heaven imitation Gu cauldron. For the Gu clan to pass down this Heaven Gu Cauldron to his son, it clearly proves that the Gu clan truly wants to keep Feng Lingtian and nurture him. I've never cared about Tian's matters. He might not listen to my words. It's fine as long as you can convince him. I don't mind his decision, Ling Xiao said as he spread his hands. Indeed, his son has his own opinions since young. It's better for him to make his own decision. With your words, little Tian will definitely stay in our race, Duke of Hu said with certainty. And I hope so. I want to go and see Tianer now. I wonder if it's convenient for me? Ling Xiao replied. Hee, what's inconvenient about it? Let's go. That kid still wants to return to the Heavenly Dragon domain. You came at the right time, Duke of Hu replied with a faint smile. Chapter 1627. The Thousand Venom Peak was filled with all sorts of poisonous creatures. Venomous snakes, venomous ants, venomous scorpions. All sorts of powerful and ferocious sacred beasts resided here. However, they were only subsidiary creatures. The most poisonous ones were the Gu Kings. There were several Gu Kings here, and all of them had reached the 11th rank. There were even those at the 10th and 9th rank. They lived by devouring these poisonous creatures. There were all sorts of strange smells here, and this was what attracted all sorts of poisonous creatures here. The several hundred mountains around the Thousand Venom Peak were all forbidden grounds of the Gu race. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible for them to get close. Right now, Ling Xiao and Duke of Hu had arrived in the sky above the Thousand Venom Peak. Ling Xiao looked down at the densely packed poisonous creatures and felt a wave of disgust wash over him. However, he saw a young man who looked the same as him walking around in a relaxed manner. He was even chasing after those sacred poison beasts. I say, brother snake, brother ant, brother scorpion, don't run around. I only want a bit of your blood essence and poisonous fangs. It's not like I'm going to kill you. What's the hurry? The young man quickly chased after the fleeing poisonous creatures. There was a golden sacred beast swaying on the body of this handsome young man. It gave off an incomparably demonic feeling. His strength had already reached the high-level God-King realm, and he looked to be less than 200 years old. This kind of talent was extremely rare even in the heaven region. Looking at the energetic figure, Ling Xiao smiled with incomparable satisfaction. His son had been extremely mischievous since he was young. Even now that he was a father, he was still the same. To think that Bai Yueme could indulge him like this. He couldn't help rejoicing that his two children, Ling Yu and Ling Zhe, didn't like to play with poisonous creatures like Feng Ling Tian. Otherwise, all the poisonous creatures in the world would be in trouble. Little Tian, this child is born to refine poisonous creatures. Furthermore, he has the golden silkworm body, which is the most precious and rare physique of our Gu race. If he stays in our race, he won't be far from becoming a sovereign deity. Furthermore, he will be able to control tens of thousands of poisonous creatures and become the new generation's Gu king. Duke of Hu looked at Feng Ling Tian with incomparable satisfaction. Although there were many Gu clansmen, there was no one with a physique like Feng Ling Tian's. So when he found Feng Ling Tian, he immediately announced to the clansmen that he was bestowed the title of Young Patriarch. I hope it's as you say. In any case, let him do whatever he wants. He knows what he needs. I also hope that Duke Hu doesn't force him to stay, otherwise, it will only backfire. Ling Xiao advised, then flashed towards Feng Ling Tian's direction. Ling Xiao suppressed his cultivation and suddenly launched a sneak attack towards Feng Ling Tian. The glacier fist was like a torrential downpour that filled the sky. The golden silkworm king's silhouette behind him suddenly shone brightly, and pieces of thick armor that looked like bone spikes suddenly appeared, raising his defense by several times, and it was enough to send the person who ambushed him flying. He could sense that the person behind him was only a mid-level god king, far weaker than him. However, when the opponent's fist force landed on his back, his golden silkworm Gu King's defense was actually shattered. He only felt a cold intent, and a powerful force directly rushed into his back, causing him to spit out blood with a single punch. There was no doubt that this was only the power of a mid-level god king, but it contained the boundless fist intent realm, and the technique of the attack was quite exquisite, avoiding the strongest defense of the golden silkworm Gu King. Do you think that your defense is very strong? How many times have I told you, never be overconfident, don't leave your back to the enemy, you are courting death. Ling Xiao said faintly, then attacked Feng Ling Tian like a ghost. He still suppressed his cultivation, and only used the strength of a mid-level god king to deal with Feng Ling Tian, but the power that was released was not any weaker than a high-level god king. Father! Feng Ling Tian turned over and rushed up, shouting in surprise. However, Ling Xiao would not be lenient towards him. His glacier fist struck out with an indomitable will, and waves of ice-cold energy sealed off all four directions. Many ice crystals condensed together, and the area of several thousand meters in front of Feng Ling Tian was frozen. Feng Ling Tian did not expect that his father would come here, but he also knew that his father was testing his combat power, so he did not dare to be negligent. The high-level god king's power sword, and the golden silkworm Gu phantom behind him condensed again, faintly emitting a demonic king's aura. He shouted, and struck out with his golden fist, layers of thorny golden armor covered his fist, and attacked his father. At the same time, he also attacked with the fist intent, which could shake ordinary peak god kings. Feng Ling Tian had also traveled all over the years, experienced countless dangerous situations, and tempered his powerful combat power. His current strength was not any weaker than when Ling Xiao was in the same realm. This father and son pair fought fiercely here, from the top of Thousand Poison Peak to above the 9 heavens. Rays of light unceasingly splashed out, every fist shadow was like the sudden appearance of heavenly stones, with the power to destroy mountains and rivers. Bang bang! The fists collided, producing an abnormally dull sound. Although Ling Xiao suppressed his strength, he was still able to deal with his son with ease. You have not even comprehended the essence of the fist intent realm, you should properly feel father's fist intent. Ling Xiao frowned and bellowed, the power of his fists suddenly increased by several times. Every ice fist brought along a 10,000-meter-long ice mountain as it smashed towards Feng Ling Tian. That monstrous fist intent actually seemed to have overturned the space in this world, and a lot of ice energy sealed the surroundings, blasting towards Feng Lingtian. Feng Lingtian also had a stubborn personality. He shouted in shock, and his strength increased by a level, one after another. Fists that were covered in golden armor continuously destroyed these ice mountains. However, he was shocked to find that the fist intent contained in these ice fists was far beyond his strength, and he was forced to retreat. In the end, many ice crystals quickly combined together and froze him. These ice energies still contained a few traces of nether snow-cold force. Feng Lingtian was actually frozen to the point that he was unable to break out of the seal. Duke of Hu swiftly rushed over and exclaimed, "I say, Ling Xiao, what are you doing? You actually froze your little Tian?" "Duke of Hu, there is no need to worry. I am just giving him a little lesson, to let him know that there is always someone stronger than him, lest he becomes arrogant." Ling Xiao replied. However, Duke of Hu said with dissatisfaction, "You can't do this. Your ice-cold force has source energy. What if?" Before he could finish speaking, the layer of ice that sealed Feng Lingtian suddenly turned jet black, and in the next moment, the ice crystals started to crack and collapse. Feng Lingtian broke out of the ice and exclaimed, "It's so cold!" Feng Lingtian jumped up and down, waves of golden light flashed, dispelling the cold qi, making him look extremely comical. Ling Xiao muttered in astonishment, "This brat's poison source is still somewhat tyrannical. It can actually break through the layer of ice." When Duke of Hu heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately said in dissatisfaction, "What? Are you looking down on our goo poison?" Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "How could that be?" At this moment, Feng Lingtian flew over and greeted Ling Xiao. "Greetings, father, why are you here?" "I came to see if your strength has improved. From the looks of it, it is still the same. It seems like you have been distracted for too long," Ling Xiao said with a stern face, displaying his stern father's might. However, no matter how he looked at it, he and Feng Lingtian looked like brothers, and it didn't seem like a conversation between father and son. Feng Lingtian didn't dare to refute. He knew that his father had always been a man of his word. If he dared to refute, he would probably be taught a lesson again. Duke of Hu said from the side, "I say, Ling Xiao, little Tian has already worked very hard. He cultivates our Gu race's divine technique. Once his Gu body reaches large success, he will be invincible in the world." "Duke of Hu, your Gu body has also reached large success, but I don't see that you are invincible in the world?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask Hu Gongnen. "Come, let's fight for another 3 days and 3 nights. I haven't even used my full strength just now." Duke of Hu said angrily. "Are you sure?" Ling Xiao said coldly. Duke of Hu shouted, "Of course I'm sure. However, since the two of you have met today, I will let you go. Remember to be careful with your words in the future, otherwise, I will let the Gu King swallow you alive." With that, he actually flew away dejectedly. Feng Lingtian snickered from the side. He knew that he, the old patriarch, had probably suffered a loss from his father. Father is truly powerful. For so many years, he has been advancing triumphantly. However, no matter how hard I try, it will be difficult for me to catch up to his footsteps. Feng Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. "Are you sure you want to stay in the Gu race?" Ling Xiao looked at Feng Lingtian and asked. Seeing his father's serious expression, Feng Lingtian immediately nodded his head and said, "I feel that this place is suitable for me to grow up. After I break through to the sovereign realm, I want to wander the outer realm like my father." "Since you have decided, then do it well. They treat you as a clansman, so you should treat them well and do your best. You have grown up, you have your own path, father will not interfere with you, but Yuza and the other 2 children will stay with Dragon Gate. As for you Mei, you can do as you see fit, but remember to go back often to see your mother and grandmother, they all miss you very much." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Feng Lingtian remembered these things one by one. He also knew that he had an additional mission on his shoulders. Fortunately, with your current strength, you should spend more time on cultivation. Refining Gu is just a side path. If you want to become the strongest existence, only extreme power is the right path. You have to grasp it clearly, don't be like a child all day. Ling Xiao advised. Yes, father, I will remember. Feng Lingtian replied honestly. Your father is preparing to make another trip to the outer world. I don't know when I'll be able to return, so remember to become stronger as soon as possible and protect those you need to protect. Don't let anyone bully you, otherwise, don't say you're this Ling Xiao's son. Ling Xiao said before tossing a space ring to his son. There were many divine materials in this spatial ring, enough for his son to cultivate to the incipient god realm. Protect the people you need to protect. Feng Lingtian's expression became solemn. He didn't know why, but he always felt that his father's trip gave him a bad feeling, as if his father would encounter something unexpected. Chapter 1628. After meeting Feng Lingtian, Ling Xiao left for the Heaven Source region. The enmity between the Heaven Source region and the Heaven Tiger region was somehow related to him. If he hadn't become enemies with the Devil Tiger sect, these things wouldn't have happened. Today, Yan Dijiao was the young master of the Alchemy Union. As a woman, she had to deal with many things. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao felt sorry for her. This time, he went to the Alchemy Union to comfort and encourage her. At the same time, he wanted to see if the Alchemy Union needed help. No matter what, he was the honorary vice master of the Alchemy Union. However, when Ling Xiao arrived at the city, he found something strange. The vice master is here. Vice Master Ling Xiao is here. One of the alchemists couldn't help but scream when he saw Ling Xiao. The others also noticed Ling Xiao's figure, and their expressions became excited as they called out to him. Ling Xiao was a legendary character in the Heaven Territory. He had become the supreme alchemy god before he was 100 years old. He was the idol of all the alchemists in the Heaven Territory. His appearance immediately caused an uproar in the city. Ling Xiao responded to them enthusiastically and then hurried to the main hall. He didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. He directly came to the main hall. Indeed, as he had expected, Yan Dijiao had encountered some trouble. Someone had come to propose marriage to her. Yan Dijiao and Ling Xiao's marriage hadn't been announced. It would be strange if no one proposed marriage to a beautiful woman like her. In this hall, besides Yan Dijiao, there were some divine alchemists of the Alchemy Union. The other three were not from the Alchemy Union. Among these three, there was an extraordinarily handsome young man. He wore a white robe and looked elegant. His tiger-like eyes couldn't hide his arrogance. He didn't conceal his mid-level incipient god realm aura. Surprisingly, the two people standing next to him were high-level incipient god realm existences. This level of strength was enough to show that the three of them were of noble status. When Ling Xiao arrived at the entrance of the hall, he hesitated for a moment before deciding not to enter. Instead, he concealed his aura so that no one would be able to detect his presence. He wanted to see who was so bold as to openly poach his woman. They must be tired of living. At this moment, the middle-stage supreme martial artist young man said to Yan Dijiao, "This marriage was arranged by your great master. I believe you won't regret it, right?" This young man's attitude was arrogant, as if he did not put Yan Dijiao, the young palace master, in his eyes. In the Heaven region, there were very few people or forces that could ignore the Medicine Guild. Yet, this young man actually dared to do so. His backer must be very strong. I don't know when my master told you about this, but I already have a husband, so don't mention this anymore. If you come to our Medicine Guild as guests, we welcome you, but if you come to cause trouble, don't blame us for being impolite. Yan Dai yelled. She was still dressed in an alchemist's robe. That loose robe could not hide her proud and graceful figure. Her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with a heroic spirit. The more one looked at her, the more attractive she became. Hee, looks like you still don't understand. When your great master was in trouble in the Lightning Star space, it was our Lei family that saved him. That's why he made such a decision in order to be grateful to our Lei family. If you don't believe me, there is a recording crystal bead here, you can take a look. The young man was not angry at all. After saying that, he threw out a recording crystal bead. The recording crystal bead began to emit light in the hall, and images continuously flashed past. One of them was Yan Daijiao's great master, Xianxia. He was the most respected person in the medicine guild, and even in the heaven region. Seeing that he was quite friendly with the people in the recording crystal bead, and that young man occasionally appeared there, it clearly proved that what he said was true. At the very least, he had met Xianxia before. Yan Daijiao's expression changed slightly. Her great master had not returned for many years, and when she asked the other two masters about it, they rarely mentioned it. She didn't expect that he had gone to the lightning star space. Now, she completely believed that her master had promised to marry her to the young man in front of her. How about it? Do you believe me now? The young man said playfully. This young man was a direct descendant of the Lei family, the overlord of the lightning star space. His status in the Lei family was extremely high, and his name was Lei Luojun. The other two sovereigns were his protector elders. The Lei family was an overlord in the southern region. In the depths of the southern region, they were very close to the primal chaos lightning region. Most of them had lightning attributes, and they had extremely powerful attacks. Rumor had it that they were the first ancient race to move from the heaven region to the outer region, dating back to ancient times. This was enough to show how powerful their Lei family was. Yan Daijiao lightly nodded and said, "I believe you, but I can't do this. My great master doesn't even know that I'm married. If it's possible, our guild will compensate you." Yan Daijiao had the demeanor of someone in a high position, and when she spoke, there was a hint of majesty in her voice. I think you want to break off the engagement. When I came here, I already found out that you're still single." Lei Luojun coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Then he looked at Yan Daijiao and said, "If it wasn't for your great master begging me to agree to this marriage, I wouldn't even bother coming here. You have some beauty, but your strength isn't much. You can be my concubine. In the future, I'll be the Medicine Guild's hall master, and you can be the vice hall master." Lei Luojun's tone was very domineering, as if he was the one who did it. Immediately, the Medicine Alliance's members grew enraged. "Get out. Even if my great master agreed to your marriage, go find him and tell me. You're not welcome here." Yan Daijiao slammed the table and angrily glared at Lei Luojun. Lei Luojun's words were simply insulting her. The other people of the Medicine Guild also stood up, and at the same time, a few supreme and incipient god realm auras shrouded the area. The two people beside Lei Luojun coldly snorted, and the auras of two high sovereign stage sovereigns swept out in the hall, forcing a few weaker divine alchemists to sit down. It seems like Xianxia's words don't work in the Medicine Guild. Lei Luojun revealed an incomparably disappointed expression, and then said, "Although this is your territory, you don't know the power of our Lei family in the Thunderstar space. I heard that your Medicine Guild is going against the Demon Tiger race. If our Lei family helps the Demon Tiger race, it won't be a problem for your Medicine Guild to be removed from this place." What arrogance! Do you think our Alchemy Alliance has no one to back you up? An ethereal voice rang out in the hall. Then, a figure appeared on the hallmaster's seat. This person was the second hallmaster, Lian Haogong. This time, Lian Haogong had returned with his real body, and he was angrily staring at the people in front of him. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, Elder Lian," Lei Luojun said calmly. "You forced my big brother to stay in your Thunderstar space, and now you dare to send people to steal the foundation of my Medicine Guild. How dare you!" Lian Haogong's aura burst out as he shouted in fright. At the same time, the auras of several supreme and incipient god realm experts appeared in the hall, and their auras locked on Lei Luojun's group of three. A great battle was about to begin. "Second Master, what's going on?" Yan Daijiao couldn't wrap her head around it. Vaguely, she seemed to understand some key points, but she still wanted to know what was going on. "Haven't you been asking about the whereabouts of your great master all these years? He's actually in the lightning star space, imprisoned by the Lei family, and forced to refine pills for them. All these years, we've been trying to save your great master, but the Lei family's strength is too tyrannical, and we have no way to do anything about it. Who would have thought that they would actually bully our territory? Today, we'll capture the 3 of them in exchange for Big Brother. Yan Daijiao's soft body shook, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't think that there would be such a thing. Haha, I didn't think that you already knew, Lei Luojun didn't deny it. Harumph, you imprisoned my big brother, but you didn't know that he already had a secret technique to send the message. If we hadn't been accumulating energy, we would have come to Thunderstar Space to save him. Now that you've delivered yourself to our door, capture them for me. Lien Haogong snorted and ordered. Several supreme divine powers from the Medicine Guild locked onto Lei Luojun and the other 2 at the same time and tried to grab them. It seems that you still don't know the truth. Lei Luojun said faintly. The lightning power around his body started to burst out. The 2 high-level supreme martial artists beside him also exerted their strength at the same time. The powerful power of lightning caused the entire hall to shake continuously. The Medicine Guild's incipient God Realm experts were forced to stop before they could even get close to the other party. They could feel that the lightning power in front of them contained great lethality. It made them feel a strong threat. Moreover, the other 2 were high-level supreme experts. They had to be careful. If they started a fight here, the entire palace would be destroyed in an instant. If you want to fight, we'll do it. But, if I crush it, Xianxia will be executed immediately. You better think carefully. Lei Luojun sneered as a jade tube of life appeared in his hand. For a moment, no one from the Medicine Guild dared to act rashly. What do you want after all? Lien Haogong clenched his fists and said in a low voice. Our request is simple. Marry this woman to me as a concubine. Our Lei family will become the master of the Medicine Guild. Xianxia will naturally be free. Otherwise, you can just wait for the news of his death. Lei Luojun laughed proudly. Yan Daijiao and Lien Haogong fell into a dilemma. That's impossible. A voice of disapproval came from the entrance of the hall. Chapter 1629. Impossible. These 3 words were sonorous and forceful. They were spoken with exceptional firmness and domineeringness. Ling Xiao walked in from outside the hall. In just 1 step, he stood between Yan Daijiao and Lien Haogong. Husband. Yan Daijiao's beautiful eyes shivered. She couldn't help but scream. If there weren't so many people here, she would have jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace. Many things had happened recently that exhausted her. She now knew that it wasn't easy to be the hall master. Sometimes, when she calmed down, she wished that Ling Xiao could stay by her side and help her. Perhaps he could give her some support and encouragement. However, after so many years, this heartless man hadn't come to see her. She felt so sad. Seeing him today, of course, she was so excited. Kid, what's the use of you coming here now? Lien Haogong sighed. He knew that Ling Xiao had the power of an incipient God Realm expert. However, Ling Xiao's appearance had added a new variable to the current situation. Lei Luojun and the 2 people behind him were assessing Ling Xiao. However, they saw that although Ling Xiao's competence wasn't ordinary, he wasn't strong enough to threaten them. Thus, they didn't mind him anymore. Moreover, they had trump cards, so they weren't afraid that the Medicine Union could do anything to them. If I didn't come, my wife would have been taken away by some cat or dog. Ling Xiao looked at Yan Daijiao tenderly. Hearing him, Lei Luojun squinted. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Where did this B***starred come from? He doesn't know how high the sky is. I should say that to you. This is our Medicine Union. It's not a place for you to show off. If you don't want to die, get lost. Not long after, we will go to Thunderstar Space to save the Great Hall Master. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Luojun and shouted. Lei Luojun didn't know why, but when he looked at Ling Xiao's eyes, he felt like he was looking at a real dragon coming to him. It made him feel a little scared. Not bad. Lei Luojun thought in his heart, and then he said to Elder Lien Hao, Elder Lien, kick this bastard out immediately. No, capture him and let me deal with him. With that, he shook the jade tube of life in his hand, indicating that if Lien Hao did not do as he said, he would crush the jade tube of life. By then, Xianxia would definitely die. Before Lian Hao could say anything, Ling Xiao took a step forward and sneered, "Crush it if you have the ability. Do you think you can scare people with a jade tube of life?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "Your Lei clan's strength is not bad, but you don't have a supreme alchemy god. Would your ancestor kill a supreme alchemy god for you? Do you think you're the Lei clan's young clan head? Pooey. You're just a concubine's descendant." If not for the first palace master's supreme god elixir, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to step into the intermediate stage supremacy stage. You came to our medicine alliance to find a shortcut to become the leader of a faction. You know that you can't continue to be the Lei family's patriarch, so you did this. How did you know? Lei Luojun was stunned. He did not expect the person in front of him to know his background and expose him in front of everyone. He was at a loss as to what to do. "Young Master Jun," a high-level supremacy beside him shouted, causing Lei Luojun to come back to his senses. "Ling Xiao, is what you said true?" Lian Hao looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and asked. "Of course it's true. His position in the Lei clan is not bad. Unfortunately, his ambition is not small, but he does not have the ability to compete with their young clan head. He can only settle for the next best thing. He wants to use the first palace master's name to obtain the position of palace master." Ling Xiao nodded and replied. He then said, "However, they have more than 10 helpers in the Tianyuan district. They did not come alone. The jade tube of life is only a signal. Once it is crushed, enough. How did you know about this?" Lei Luojun could not help but roar. "I know more than you can imagine. Get out of here immediately. Go back and tell your Lei clan that I, Ling Xiao, will invite our first palace master back soon. Let them treat our first palace master well. If anything happens to him, I will definitely make your Lei clan restless." Ling Xiao snorted coldly, filled with killing intent. Ling Xiao possessed the exquisite heart. As long as he put his mind to it, he could see through anyone's thoughts. Naturally, everything that Lei Luojun was thinking about could not escape his senses. "What big words you have!" Lei Luojun roared angrily. The power of lightning exploded in all directions, turning the tables and chairs in the hall into dust. "What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Why don't I give you a chance? Let's go to the outer realm and exchange a few blows. Let's see if you have the qualifications to act so arrogantly here." Ling Xiao shouted with extreme disdain. "All right, I didn't expect to meet someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth in a place like this. Let's go to the outer realm and fight. I will let you know how the word death is written. Once I take care of you, none of your medicine guild will be able to escape. At that time, we can help the Demon Tiger clan and kill all of you." Lei Luojun shouted with killing intent in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, he signaled to the 2 people behind him and rushed out of the hall. Lian Hao wanted to order his men to stop them, but Ling Xiao stopped him. "Second palace master, let them go. None of you will be able to escape." With that, Ling Xiao was about to rush out of the outer realm. However, Yan Dai Jiao grabbed his hand. "Don't go, they are so powerful," Yan Dai Jiao said worriedly. Ling Xiao patted the back of her hand and said, "Don't worry, they are just a few small fries. I can use them to rescue your master in the future." "Can you really rescue my master?" Yan Dai Jiao asked softly. "Of course. Don't you believe me?" Ling Xiao replied. "Of course I believe you. You must pay attention to your safety. Don't force yourself," Yan Dai Jiao warned. Ling Xiao nodded and said to Lian Hao, "Second palace master, I will explain to you when we return." With that, he floated out of the hall like the wind. Lian Hao's eyes twitched as he exclaimed softly, "This kid has actually reached the intermediate divine king realm. His advancement speed is too fast." He remembered that when he first met Ling Xiao, he was only a peak-level divine king. At that time, he felt that Ling Xiao's speed of advancement was too shocking. Now, in just a short span of 100 years, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level supreme martial artist realm. This made him even more speechless. "Second master, aren't you going to bring the other founding elders out to take a look?" Yan Daijiao shook Lian Hao's arm and said. Lian Hao glanced at Yan Daijiao and said helplessly, "Girl, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to that kid." As soon as he finished speaking, he gestured to the others, and then he flew out of the hall and charged towards the outer space. This time, Lian Hao didn't dare to be careless. He summoned all the paying elders in the guild. A total of more than 20 of them rushed to the outer realm. The medicine guild naturally didn't only have this little bit of strength. However, most of their people were fighting against the Heaven Tiger Domain's forces in the outer realm. Only a small portion of them were left to oversee the guild. Among so many people, there was only one old high-level sovereign. The rest were all sovereigns below the intermediate and low sovereigns. The outer realm. Lei Luojuan's people had already gathered together. There were a total of 16 people. Other than the original 2 high-level sovereigns, most of the rest were intermediate sovereigns. Only a few were low sovereigns. Not all of them came from the lightning star space. Half of them were followers that they had subdued along the way. Ling Xiao had provoked Lei Luojun not only because he wanted them to retreat from the city, but also because he wanted to take all of them away. Now that he was surrounded by enemies, he didn't have many supreme puppets left. The combat power of the gods' corpses that he brought out from the chaotic burial space was slightly weaker. Therefore, he needed to subdue more puppets. Only then would he have more confidence in the future battles. Ling Xiao landed in the outer realm. He looked at the people around him and said in satisfaction, "Not bad. There are more people. Kid, I don't care who you are. Surrender to me immediately and I will pretend that nothing happened." Lei Luojun stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly. At this time, Lei Luojuan's people immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. As long as Lei Luojun gave the order, they would capture and kill Ling Xiao at the same time. "Hee, do you think that you can defeat me with just these few people?" Ling Xiao sneered calmly. "Don't tell me you can deal with us all by yourself?" Lei Luojun smiled faintly and then said gloomily, "You ruined my plan. I am already being merciful by not killing you immediately. Don't be ungrateful." At this time, Lian Haogong had already rushed out with more than 20 people. "Don't think that there is no one in the Medicine Alliance." Lian Haogong shouted in shock. "We really don't care about the few of you." Lei Luojun was still incomparably calm. Then he signaled to the high-level supreme martial artist beside him. The high-level supreme martial artist immediately understood and murmured. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared in this area. "Puppets?" Ling Xiao and Lian Haogong exclaimed. What appeared in front of them were puppets without any life force. However, every one of them was flickering with the power of lightning as if they were alive. It was extremely strange. Could these be the lightning puppets that only your Lei family has? Powerful puppets that were refined in those lightning regions? Lian Haogong's knowledge was broader than Ling Xiao's, so he immediately made a guess. Elder Lian is quite knowledgeable. That's right, these are the lightning puppets that are unique to my family. Their battle prowess is not inferior to any mid-level supreme martial artist. Let me ask you, can you stop us with just these few people? Lei Luojun smiled faintly. If it weren't for these lightning puppets, he really wouldn't dare to come to the Medicine Alliance with just these few people. Hee, you're not the only one with puppets. Ling Xiao sneered and also summoned his puppet. Chapter 1630. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, many puppets also appeared in front of everyone. These puppets were not the living puppets that Ling Xiao controlled with his soul power, but the god's corpse devils that he brought out from the chaotic burial space. There were a total of 100 of these god's corpse devils, and each of them had a different level of strength. In terms of strength, the god's corpse devils might not be a match for the lightning puppets. After all, the lightning puppets could produce a large number of lightning-attributed attacks, and the god's corpse devil's baleful aura could not harm them at all. Fortunately, the other party only had around 50 lightning puppets, and Ling Xiao's side had the advantage in terms of numbers. It was completely possible for them to fight 2 against 1, and kill the other party in terms of numbers. Everyone present was shocked, including Lian Haogong. If he did not know that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist, he would have thought that Ling Xiao was a puppet master. What kind of inheritance did this kid obtain to actually be able to obtain so many supreme puppets? Lian Haogong thought to himself. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would refine such evil puppets, so there was only one possibility, and that was to obtain a secret realm inheritance. The expressions of Lei Luojun and the others also became completely panicked. They originally thought that with the lightning puppets as support, they would be able to completely deal with these people from the Medicine Alliance. They did not expect that such an unforeseen event would occur, completely out of their imagination. "Kid, who the hell are you?" Lei Luojun asked gloomily. "Who I am is no longer important. What's important is that all of you stay." Ling Xiao said indifferently, then waved his hand and said, "Kill." Ling Xiao had already planned to control these people and make them his puppets, so he naturally would not let them escape. He immediately ordered and shouted, "Little bastard, do you think that you can fight against us with these useless puppets? If I kill you, these puppets will be mine. Kill for me." Lei Luojun actually did not escape. Instead, he cursed, waved his hand and shouted in shock. At the same time, the people around him also began to move. Each of them had a divine artifact in their hands, and powerful holy beasts appeared beside them. "Second Palace Master, don't move first. Seal off this area first. Don't let them escape." Ling Xiao said to Lian Haogong through sound transmission. He also summoned his 3 sacred beasts. After saying that, his real body and doppelganger split up and attacked in 2 different directions. Ling Xiao planned to end the battle quickly, not giving Lei Luojun and the others any chance to escape. Ling Xiao's true body charged towards Lei Luojun. This guy actually dared to have designs on his woman. He had to make him suffer. Beside Lei Luojun was a mutated flying tiger. It looked rather ferocious, having reached the pinnacle of low tier 11. Lightning flashed incessantly around its body, and its wings fluttered incessantly. Its speed was not inferior to any mid-tier 11 holy beast. In Lei Luojun's hand was a lightning spear. There were traces of purple lightning lingering around it. Lei Luojun's strength was also extraordinary. The power of lightning was the most tyrannical power in this world. He was dressed in lightning clothes, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a god of lightning as he charged towards Ling Xiao. "Die, you little bastard!" Lei Luojun hated Ling Xiao to the extreme for ruining his plans, and he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. Many bolts of lightning descended from the sky, and the explosive power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, causing people to be terrified. Among opponents of the same level, there were not many who could withstand this kind of lightning attack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before Lei Luojun attacked, there was already a loud sound of thunder. Bolts of heavenly lightning suddenly appeared in the space, exploding and turning many spaces into dust. Boundless lightning power. When this move was used, the color of heaven and earth changed. Boundless lightning smashed in all directions. Ling Xiao felt that Lei Luojun's power was actually comparable to the pinnacle of mid-tier supreme being. The fact that Lei Luojun could erupt to this extent with his strength of mid-tier supreme being proved how terrifying the Lei family's lightning body was. "If I hadn't reached the pinnacle of mid-tier supreme being, you would still be able to fight me. Now you're too weak," Ling Xiao said faintly as he charged into the sea of lightning with his bare hands. Ice River Fist after Ice River Fist blasted out and destroyed many of the lightning spears. When the powerful lightning power fell on him, it made him feel some pain. However, it did not make him feel threatened at all. After all, his physical body was already comparable to a high-tier ancient god artifact. If Lei Luojun was a high-tier supreme being, he might be able to injure him. Ling Xiao's fist force was torrential and majestic. It broke through many lightning powers and arrived in front of Lei Luojun. An ice fist blasted out from the sky. This ice crystal, which contained the power of the dark snow-cold force, was actually able to freeze the thunder and lightning. How is this possible? Lei Luojun was shocked and quickly retreated. He could feel that this cold energy could actually threaten his safety and even freeze his tyrannical lightning energy. This was really beyond his expectations. However, it was impossible to seal his lightning powers with just ice crystals. The only possibility was that the other party was much stronger than him. How dare you act so arrogantly in the heaven region with just this bit of strength? Go to hell. Ling Xiao roared angrily. His whole body emitted a powerful cold aura. He blasted out ice river fists repeatedly. Many ice mountains, ice cones, and ice rivers appeared and flooded towards Lei Luojun. The cold force of nether's snow froze the surrounding space, causing the temperature to plummet. Uncle Jun, save me. Lei Luojun was shocked. He knew that Ling Xiao's combat power was far above his. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. He immediately cried for help. A high-tier supreme being who was not far away from here finally made a move. He did not make a move because he wanted to prevent the people from the Medicine Alliance from joining the battle. At the same time, he wanted to protect Lei Luojun. Lei Lingjun walked over in the air. Many lightning powers descended. These powers were much more terrifying than Lei Luojun's. Each of these lightning bolts contained a terrifying heavenly might. Even a mid-tier supreme being would not be able to get close to them. Even a high-tier supreme being would have to carefully consider them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Xiao's divine soul clone, who had been waiting for an opportunity, shouted coldly. He finally charged towards Lei Lingjun, who had come to help Lei Luojun. Ling Xiao's divine soul was invisible. It was impossible for ordinary people to discover him. His speed was also unparalleled. With a powerful kick, he broke through Lei Lingjun's lightning pool and rushed towards him. Lei Lingjun was just about to reach Lei Luojun when he was suddenly attacked by the power of the same realm. He was shocked. Which scoundrel are you? Show yourself. Lei Lingjun's reflexes were astonishing. As soon as Ling Xiao's soul god entered his range, he immediately sensed it and shouted. In front of him, a large amount of lightning power flickered like snakes. It protected him tightly and blocked Ling Xiao's kick. However, he was blasted flying as well, and he was obstructed from helping Lei Luojun. Lei Luojun realized that Lei Lingjun had not rushed over. He was the only one who continued to face Ling Xiao's attack alone. His sky tiger was being held back by muscle and was unable to help him. You forced me to do this. Today, I'll show you the most terrifying attack of the lightning attribute. Lei Luojun was forced into a sorry state by Ling Xiao. He suffered many injuries. At the same time, there were signs of ice crystals covering his body. He shouted ferociously. All his power exploded. Many lightning bolts suddenly appeared from the spatial cracks. Several heavenly lightning seeds appeared in his hand. Heavenly lightning explosion. Lei Luojun sneered. He threw several level 10 heavenly lightning seeds at Ling Xiao. Many lightning powers also accompanied the heavenly lightning seeds, causing them to have an explosive effect. Oh no! Ling Xiao frowned and shouted. He raised his storm body technique to the maximum. He erupted with 70 times his combat power and dodged the heavenly lightning seeds. However, Ling Xiao was close to Lei Luojun. The heavenly lightning seeds still exploded before he could dodge them. Rumble, rumble. The 10th level heavenly lightning seed was naturally unable to injure Ling Xiao, but with Lei Luojun's full power, it was a different story. Even a high-level supreme martial artist would have to suffer grievances on the spot. Ha, little bastard, don't think that I can't deal with you just because you're a little stronger than me. Lei Luojun laughed proudly. When all the power of thunder and lightning filled the air, he didn't see Ling Xiao's shadow. Has he been blasted into ashes? Lei Luojun was confused. Suddenly, a wave of cold energy came from behind him, causing his body to feel numb. Many ice crystals condensed under his feet and covered him. Piss off! Lei Luojun screamed. He quickly used his divine power. Many lightning powers descended, wanting to completely destroy the ice crystals. Rumble, rumble. Many bolts of lightning fell, but they seemed to be directly knocked away by the sudden appearance of an ice fist. The ice fist was like a heavenly fist. Its power was extremely domineering, comparable to the power of a high-level supreme martial artist. The lightning powers could not reach Lei Luojun for a while. Lei Luojun's face was ashen. He kept using his divine power, using his lightning power to shatter the ice crystals. However, the ice crystals covered him in layers. They were extremely thick, and the coldness penetrated his bones and sea of consciousness, freezing his soul. He struggled for a while, but was unable to break free from the ice crystals. He was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture. His expression and movements were stiff. Ling Xiao was not worried that he would freeze to death. The dark snow force continued to be unleashed, making the ice sculpture even thicker and more solid. Phew, I didn't expect there to be a rank 10 heavenly lightning child. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly used the ancient Emperor Divine technique to heal his injured arm. The attack just now had indeed caused some damage to his physical body. If he had not been fast enough to avoid most of the power of the explosion, he would have been seriously injured. Ling Xiao did not believe that Lei Luojun could break the seal. Even if he did, he could not easily get rid of the dark snow force. After all, Lei Luojun did not have an ice or fire attribute physique. At this time, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Lei Lingjun and the other high-level supreme martial artist. They were the toughest bones to eat. Chapter 1631. Ling Xiao had frozen Lei Luojun and asked the two gods' corpse demons to protect him. Once he made any strange move, they would kill him immediately. Only then did Ling Xiao turn his eyes to the others. The others and the thunder and lightning puppets were trying their best to deal with Ling Xiao's god's corpse demons. The god's corpse demons had the thick murderous aura of death. Moreover, they were immune to any kind of attack. They were trying their best to kill until their corpses exploded. Then they would lose their fighting competence. However, the demon corpses of the gods' corpses were weaker in terms of fighting competence. They could only trap some low-level incipient god realm experts. The others were blocked by the lightning puppets and the middle-level supremes. They had even destroyed several demon corpses of the gods' corpses. More than 10 of them were severely injured and didn't have much fighting capacity left. If it continued like this, Ling Xiao's 100 gods' corpse demons would be destroyed by the others. As for Ling Xiao's doppelganger, he had Lei Lingjun under control. Lei Lingjun was at the late stage of high-level supremes, but Ling Xiao was as strong as him when he used all of his power. Moreover, with the help of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-destroying incantation, Lei Lingjun was starting to lose. If it weren't for his amazing attack and defense, Ling Xiao would have already turned him into minced meat. Ling Xiao's god soul could fight against the peak of supremes, and Lei Lingjun had this kind of competence because he cultivated Thunder class. He was afraid that all the members of the Lei family weren't easy to deal with. At this moment, the one that Ling Xiao had to pay attention to was Lei Yuanshi, a high-level supremes who controlled the thunder and lightning puppets. He was the one who had destroyed those gods' corpse demons. He had a medium-level 11 thunder snake with him, which was only one level weaker than Lei Lingjun. Moreover, he was a puppet master, and his position in the Lei family wasn't lower than Lei Lingjun's. The thunder hammer in his hand was especially powerful. Each strike of the hammer could smash a god's corpse demon. At this moment, Lei Lingjun screamed at him, "Yuanshi, save young Master Jun." Only then did Lei Yuanshi realize that Lei Luojun had been frozen by the earth hand. He originally thought that with Lei Luojun's strength, he should be able to blast that kid to death. Now that he was actually sealed in ice, it really shouldn't be. "Little bastard, release young Master Jun immediately. Otherwise, not only will I destroy your body, but I will also extract your soul and torture you to death." Lei Yuanshi raised his thunder hammer and rushed towards Ling Xiao. Heh, that depends on whether you have the guts or not." Ling Xiao sneered. The phantom sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lei Yuanshi. Ling Xiao wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Using his storm body art, tornadoes appeared, causing the entire area to be thrown into chaos. Streams of black death evil wind blades slashed towards Lei Yuanshi. Swoosh! Lei Yuanshi knitted his brows. He never expected that this pinnacle-level mid-level sovereign would be so powerful. The increase in his strength was actually able to make him feel threatened. Furthermore, the ice-attributed energy seemed to have turned into the mysterious wind-attributed energy. Any evil power will be destroyed by my mighty thunder calamity, Lei Yuanshi shouted. Numerous thunderbolts descended from the top of his head. His thunder hammer struck in all directions, and the thunderbolts blasted towards Ling Zhao's tornadoes. Rumble, rumble. The thunderbolts were indeed powerful. They completely destroyed Ling Zhao's tornadoes and death evil qi. The thunderbolts that splashed on Ling Zhao's body were much more powerful than Lei Luojuan's previous attack. Ling Zhao grimaced in pain. If it was an ordinary high-level supreme being fighting with Lei Yuanshi, he would probably be at a disadvantage in just one move. This was the terror of the Thunder Clan battle physique. The thunderbolts were indeed the most terrifying power in the world. Disappear for me. Lei Yuanshi's momentum soared. He shouted and swung his thunder hammer again, smashing it towards Ling Zhao's direction. Thunder breaks the heavens. Thunder snakes roared out, and the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles turned into a pool of lightning. The immortal corpses and demons that were affected were all blasted into ashes. Dense thunderbolts floated in the surroundings. Ling Zhao had no way of breaking through Lei Yuanshi's attack. Instead, he was forced to retreat continuously. In terms of cultivation level, Ling Zhao was still a notch weaker. However, this didn't mean that he would lose. This was just the beginning. He was just about to get serious. He put away the dim shadow sword, and the seventh move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying technique, Lotus Flower, appeared, forming a thick defense in front of him. Rumble, rumble. These thunderbolts already contained the strongest heavenly thunderbolts. Their attacking power was abnormally terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhao's ice shield was completely shattered. The dark snow-cold energy was also dispersed. This time, the thunderbolts actually broke through his physical defense. Ling Zhao endured the pain and raised his strength to the extreme. Ling Zhao knew that his opponent was using his strongest source of lightning power. He shouted out in alarm and turned his defensive power into a counterattack that rushed out. Ice turned to water, water turned to wood, and wood turned to fire. 3 consecutive forces dispersed Lei Yuanshi's thunderbolts and gave him a fierce counterattack. The flames turned into the shape of dragons and phoenixes and rushed towards Lei Yuanshi. You actually have the strength to counterattack. No wonder you could take down young Master Jun. However, you are just struggling bitterly. After Lei Yuanshi sneered, his thunderbolts continued to descend, turning the surrounding space into a vacuum. Thunder snakes flew everywhere, and every strike was enough to destroy the physical body of a mid-level supreme martial artist. It was enough to make any high-level supreme martial artist flee in defeat. Ling Zhao knew that this was Lei Yuanshi's full thunderbolts. It was enough to destroy his physical body. Therefore, he had to decide the victor in one move. Otherwise, he would be the one to be defeated this time. Suddenly, he retreated 10,000 meters. 5 different elemental colors appeared behind him. Many glazed lights flickered on his body, and his aura rose steadily. 5 different colored dragons gathered. You should be proud to be able to force me to use my ultimate move to kill you, Ling Zhao said faintly. He clasped his palms into a fist and punched forward. 8th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven destroying technique, 5 dragons unite. 5 powerful dragons of different colors roared as they charged out, causing the heavens and earth to churn endlessly. That terrifying power definitely exceeded the strength of a pinnacle middle stage sovereign. It was so much so that even ordinary high stage sovereigns couldn't be compared to it. Thus, it wasn't easy to take this attack head-on. Not only did Ling Zhao use this move, his clone also used this move. He planned to take down the 2 high-level supreme martial artists at the same time. He didn't want to drag it out any longer. The 5 dragons unite wasn't a move that would explode as one right from the start. Instead, it was controlled by Ling Zhao's will. They could first attack separately before combining together to unleash the final destructive attack. The sea of lightning that was advancing over was wreaked even more violently by the attacks of the 5 dragons. The power of the lightning was neutralized by the 5 different powers, causing the space to become even more chaotic. Lei Yuanshir's divine body was trembling from these powers. He could feel how terrifying this move of Ling Xiao's was. His expression was extremely ugly, and his lightning hammers smashed even more violently. But in the end, the 5 dragons unite turned into an even more terrifying dragon. It broke through the sea of lightning and directly swallowed him, causing him to reveal a shocked expression. Scram! Lei Yuanshir exerted all his strength. Numerous lightning bolts formed an equally powerful lightning serpent and collided with the 5-colored true dragon. Rumble! 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 The entire space seemed to be destroyed as it shook unceasingly. The terrifying energy forced the people around to retreat again and again. Many puppets were obliterated in the shockwaves. Deputy Temple Master, he's so strong. He can fight against that man. We only know that he's good at refining pellets, but we didn't know that he's so strong. How old is he? Is he the reincarnation of some ancient character? Yeah, with Deputy Temple Master here, we'll definitely win today. But we've offended the Lei family. If they join hands with the Demon Tiger tribe, our guild will be in trouble. It seems that we'll have to make preparations early. If the Vice Temple Master stays in our guild, we'll be able to become much stronger. Many incipient God Realm experts of the Medicine Union were discussing in astonishment. They didn't expect that besides his alchemy skills, Ling Xiao's fighting capacity was also so intimidating. Even Duke Hao couldn't help but praise him inwardly. This kid is a monster. After Ling Xiao fought Lei Lingjun and Lei Yuanshir, this battle had finally reached the turning point. Lei Lingjun was dizzy because of Ling Xiao's God Soul clones. He couldn't find the enemy. Under such circumstances, he was wounded many times. Eventually, Ling Xiao's 5-dragon combined attack broke all of his defenses. His god body was destroyed and it was hard to recover from his wounds. When he wanted to recover, Ling Xiao had sealed him in ice. It wasn't easy for him to break the ice. Lei Yuanshir was in a better situation. He had just exchanged a blow with Ling Xiao. His god body was hurt badly, but he still had energy to protect his body. Since his body had been cleansed by lightning and thunder, it had a strong defense like the thunder puppet. At the same time, Ling Xiao's realm was 1 level lower than him. Although Ling Xiao's energy was terrifying, Lei Yuanshir was able to resist it. Thunder puppet, protect me. Lei Yuanshir was frightened by Ling Xiao's attack. He had to recover quickly. He immediately summoned the thunder puppets that were fighting against God's corpse demon to stop Ling Xiao. As soon as he summoned them, 4 thunder puppets got rid of God's corpse demon and stormed towards Lei Yuanshir. Their bodies sparkled with powerful lightning and thunder energy. Each of them wasn't weaker than the attack of a mid-level Supreme Incipient God Realm expert. Even a Supreme Incipient God Realm expert at the same realm would have to think twice before facing them. After the 5-dragon combined attack, Ling Xiao's god power was a little bit weakened. However, his foundation wasn't something that anyone could compare to. The god power around his body was dozens of times thicker than ordinary warriors. Shi Yan wanted to seize the chance when Lei Yuanshir was wounded to capture him. He used the storm step to dodge the 4 thunder puppets. Then, he attacked Lei Yuanshir with his strongest dark snow-cold energy. The third move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying technique, ice-breaking mountains and rivers. Chapter 1632. After Ling Xiao had absorbed the cold energy from the dark snow, the power of his ice-breaking mountains and rivers had multiplied. It looked like an ice river from the 9 heavens was hanging upside down, freezing an area of tens of thousands of miles around. Layers of thick ice crystals continued to form, forming the most natural ice prison. It was impossible for ordinary people to break through it. Even the few lightning puppets were frozen solid. Ling Xiao then shouted, "Second Hall Master, make the others stay." No one is allowed to stay. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Lian Hao immediately gave the order, "Kill them." Lian Hao Gong was impatient. Their medicine union had been the overlord of the Heaven territory for many years. Even the Demon Tiger tribe and the Demon Tiger sect didn't give them face. Today, they were being bullied. Of course, they had to fight back. The people that Lei Luojun's team had brought panicked. They didn't care about Lei Luojun, Lei Lingjun, and Lei Yuanshi. They scattered and ran away. However, Ling Xiao and the Medicine Union's people wouldn't let them do as they wished. Ling Xiao used his God Soul clones to severely injure and capture the middle-level supreme experts at incipient God Realm. Ling Xiao thought that these people had good competence. They were from the Lei family. Controlling them was like controlling many puppets at the same level. They were strong enough. The Medicine Union's people killed the others. Anyway, Shi Yan could absorb their God Souls. This battle didn't have any suspense. Finally, the Medicine Union's side was defeated. After Ling Xiao absorbed the souls of the dead supreme experts at incipient God Realm, he asked the others to keep the captured ones. Second Hall Master, you guys go back first. I will deal with these people. Ling Xiao didn't want the Medicine Union's people to know that he could control living puppets. Thus, he decided to send them away. Lian Haogong had been observing Ling Xiao. He found that Ling Xiao had only frozen the Lei family's people. He understood that Ling Xiao had other plans. He nodded and said, "Be careful. Don't let the tiger return to the mountain." After saying that, he brought the others back to the heaven realm. After they left, Ling Xiao immediately set up an illusory array in the surroundings to prevent others from disturbing him while he was controlling the person in front of him. These people are all of the lightning attribute. Their combat prowess is extraordinary. They can provide me with a lot of firepower. Ling Xiao said with great satisfaction. Then, he began to control the most powerful Lei Lingjun. Ling Xiao didn't dare to completely unseal him in one go. Instead, he reduced the power of the layer of ice a bit, and then used his soul power to permeate into his sea of consciousness, placing a soul lock curse. Lei Lingjuan's sea of consciousness had already been frozen by the nether snow cold force. Even his spirit was making its final struggle and resistance. It was a pity that his physical body was heavily injured and his soul was also affected. Otherwise, he would have been able to use the heavenly lightning will to completely destroy this ice seal. When Lei Lingjun saw Ling Zhao's soul lock curse barging in, he still wanted to resist. However, his spirit was trembling. He couldn't resist much and was immediately locked by the soul lock curse. Ling Xiao controlled all the Lei family members one by one and interrogated them about everything they knew about the Lei family. After getting the information he wanted, he was satisfied and put them away, allowing them to return to their original state. Lei Yuanshi is just one of the puppets of the Lei family. The Lei family has many high-level puppeteers. They have hundreds of lightning puppets. This is also the reason why the Lei family is so powerful. It seems like it will take a lot of effort to rescue the head palace master. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered. Only now did he understand that the Lei family was one of the extraterrestrial overlords. There were several peak supremes in the family. The experts in the family were also as numerous as the clouds. On the southern domain path, even the demon tiger race had to be polite to them. If we capture them and let them return to the Thunder Clan, it shouldn't be a difficult matter to rescue Shi Songyang. The difficult part is that Shi Songyang should be under some kind of restriction. Once he leaves the Thunder Star space, he may be in trouble. We must plan this matter carefully. Ling Xiao murmured. Then, he packed up everything and returned to the Medicine Union. When Ling Xiao returned to the palace city, Yan Daijiao immediately threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace. She didn't want to let go for a long time. The people in the palace city finally knew that their young palace master's heart already belonged to someone. This destroyed the remaining fantasies in their hearts. Yan Daijiao was the goddess of the single men in the Medicine Union. At the same time, she was recognized as the #1 beauty in the Heaven Source domain. Who didn't want to capture her heart, embrace her, and make her their own? However, for many years, countless heroes and geniuses couldn't enter her eyes. Who would have thought that their vice palace master would take her as his? However, thinking about the fact that their vice palace master was the youngest alchemy god in history, this identity was indeed worthy of their young palace master. Ling Xiao lightly patted Yan Daijiao's back and said, "So many people are looking at us. Your image will be ruined." Yan Daijiao raised her head. Her perfect face blushed as she said, I don't care. I want to tell everyone that you are my husband and dispel their thoughts. I don't want to be bothered by these things in the future. Hehe, it's up to you. Let's go into the palace first. Ling Xiao smiled and lightly scratched the bridge of her nose. Yan Daijiao nodded and obediently held onto Ling Xiao's arm as they walked into the palace. Along the way, everyone saw this scene, and every one of them revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Is that the young palace master and the vice palace master? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What are your eyes playing tricks on you? They are indeed the two palace masters. They really are a golden couple. No wonder the young palace master rejected so many pursuers. So he is together with the vice palace master. Only a young genius like the vice palace master is worthy of the young palace master. If the vice palace master stays in our guild will become even stronger in the future. That's right. Even if the 3 old palace masters abdicate, with these 2 young palace masters taking over, our guild will definitely rise to the next level. All the alchemists in the palace city gossiped in low voices. When Ling Xiao and Yan Daijiao arrived at the main hall, Lian Hao was already sitting on the throne waiting for them. This time, you brat, you came at the right time. Otherwise, the Thunder Clan would have really taken advantage of you. Lian Hao Gong looked at the intimate appearance of the two and felt gratified. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I heard that the guild and the Demon Tiger Clan are fighting? It's not just that. Everyone in the Heavenly Source region and the Heavenly Tiger region are fighting. However, the real battle is in the foreign battlefield. Lian Hao Gong couldn't help but frown. It's actually this bad. Ling Xiao sighed. It's not as bad as you think. It's just that when the people from the 2 regions go to the foreign battlefield to search for items, they will fight each other without any mercy. Many of our guild members have been killed by the Demon Tiger Clan. Because of this, your 3rd palace master has brought a large number of troops to defend the foreign battlefield and counterattack the Heavenly Tiger region's people. Until now, there hasn't been a large-scale frontal attack, but it should be soon. Lian Hao Gong said. He then said, Or what did you do to the Thunder Clan? Did you cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Don't leave any chance for others to find out. Otherwise, our guild will definitely be in trouble. You don't have to worry about this, 2nd Palace Master. I only asked them to tell me some things about the Lei clan. Now that the 1st Palace Master is trapped in the Lei clan, it's mainly because he's been imprisoned by an elder of the Lei clan. If we want to save him, we definitely can't do it by force, otherwise, the 1st Palace Master will definitely be in trouble. Ling Xiao replied. Damn it, back then when Big Brother and I went out to search for divine materials, we unfortunately offended some gang members who killed all the elders we brought with us. When the 2 of us were in danger, it was the Lei clan who helped us. Later on, Big Brother thanked them and stayed behind to refine the Sovereign God pill for them. At the same time, he told me to return to the guild first. I didn't expect the Lei clan to be such despicable people, forcing my Big Brother to stay and force him to refine pills. I already knew about this, but the Lei clan is too powerful, so we didn't dare to act rashly. Lian Hao Gong said with a face full of indignation. The Lei clan is indeed powerful. Fortunately, 2nd Palace Master, you didn't act recklessly. Not only do they have a lot of sovereigns, but the direct descendants of the Lei clan all have the ability to fight above their realm. Ordinary people aren't their opponents at all. This is also the reason why they've dominated the southern domain for so many years. Ling Xiao replied. He had obtained a lot of information from Lei Luojun and the others, so he could be said to know the Lei clan like the back of his hand. Then what do? Do we just let the 1st Master be controlled by them? Yan Djiao anxiously asked. These past few years, we've been constantly recruiting experts, wanting to accumulate enough strength to go to the Lei clan to rescue him. Now that we're being held back by the Demon Tiger clan, it's even more difficult to rescue him. Damn it. Lian Hao Gong said unwillingly. 2nd Palace Master, don't be anxious. Leave the matter of saving the 1st Palace Master to me. Ling Xiao said. I appreciate your kind intentions, but you know how powerful the Lei clan is. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. You should take good care of Jiao Er. In the future, the guild's prestige will still depend on the two of you. Lian Haogong knew how powerful Ling Xiao was, but he didn't think that he had the ability to challenge the Lei clan. Second Palace Master, I'm serious. I have 80% confidence in saving the first Palace Master. Right now, those people from the Lei clan are already obediently listening to me. As long as I infiltrate the Lei clan, I'll definitely be able to contact the first Palace Master. At that time, it'll naturally be easy to escape. Ling Xiao said seriously. Are you serious? Lian Haogong's old eyes twitched. Yan Dijiao also asked expectantly, Husband, can you really save my first master? Of course it's true. Ling Xiao said with certainty. Good, Jiao Er's eyes are really good. If you can save my big brother, there's no harm in giving you the position of Palace Master. Lian Haogong said happily. There's no need for that. I'm also a member of the guild, and I'm Djiao's husband. The first Palace Master is also my elder, so saving him is something I should do. However, I need to make some preparations first before heading to the Lei clan. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Chapter 1633. Ling Xiao stayed in the medicine guild for half a month. During this time, he had a good time with Yan Dijiao, letting her enjoy the pleasures of being a woman to the fullest. Half a month later, Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate. He had learned many things. Heaven Source area and Heaven Tiger area were at war. Many of Kim People's men were fighting against Ba Mo and Shadow Horse's Dragon Exterminator Union in the Southern Territory. He had to rush to outer space and do his best to help his family and the Medicine Guild. At the same time, he had to think of a way to save the great Hall Master Shi Songyang. The main reason he returned to Dragon Gate this time was to wait for Wu Bufan's arrival. This time, he needed Wu Bufan's great fortune and his fighting competence. The promised 10 years was almost over. He believed that Wu Bufan had reached incipient God realm by now. With Wu Bufan's innate battle physique, it wasn't a problem for him to fight someone at a higher realm. Moreover, in outer space, there were many divine treasures of the origin that could help Wu Bufan advance faster. It was a great benefit to him. Once Wu Bufan became stronger, Ling Xiao wasn't sure that he could defeat him. This kind of character would eventually roam the universe. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't make him surrender. He had to build a good relationship with him and use his power to advance. Of course, if Wu Bufan wanted to deal with him one day, he wasn't a weakling. He believed that Wu Bufan knew that if Ling Xiao could defeat him once, he could defeat him again. No matter what, Ling Xiao, was already ahead of Wu Bufan. After Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, Wu Bufan hadn't come to him with the token. He wasn't worried that Wu Bufan would break his promise. Thus, he entered secluded cultivation. This time, he didn't want to break through to the high level of supremacy realm. He wanted to study the 9th move of the Imperial Dragon Heaven-Destroying technique and see if he could practice the spear technique or sword technique to maximize the power of the Golden Dragon Spear and the ice and fire swords. Sometimes, one didn't need to advance to become stronger. Possessing extraordinary combat skills was also the key to victory. Over the years, Ling Xiao had already tasted the sweetness of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-Destroying art. Naturally, he wanted to perfect all 9 forms and display his greatest combat prowess. In addition, the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Sword also had corresponding moves, but Ling Xiao always felt that they were inferior to the Emperor Dragon Heaven-Destroying art, so he also planned to create new moves to keep up with the pace of his current Emperor Dragon Heaven-Destroying art. Only by honing his own combat skills could he bring out his strongest combat strength when facing an enemy. Ling Xiao instructed the others to inform him immediately if Wu Bufan came looking for him. After that, he went to the exclusive secluded cave dwelling in the inner peak mountain of the clan and began to deduce his moves. Ling Xiao already had some ideas about the 9th move of the Emperor Dragon Heaven-Destroying art. This was something he had been thinking about ever since he came back from the Ice Clan. He just didn't know how to deduce it. As he still had time, he had to think about it. Closing the door of the cave dwelling, Ling Xiao released all of his icy aura. Sensing the flow of the cold qi, he entered an inexplicable state. Under his control, the cold qi moved unceasingly, covering the spacious cave mansion with a thin layer of white, crystalline gauze. A flow of absolute coldness could numb the incipient God Realm experts in this place. Warriors below the Supreme Realm would be frozen to death in this place. It was the dark snow-cold qi of Ling Xiao's origin. Each of them contained the coldest qi. The cold qi can make people numb, but it's different from the sealing intent domain of the polar bear. How do they do that? Ling Xiao sank into his thoughts. He wanted to use the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art to create a sealing intent domain that would prevent the others from escaping. Then, he could kill them in one strike. However, it seemed like it wasn't easy to comprehend this sealing intent domain. Ling Xiao had pondered for a whole month, but he couldn't understand anything. It's not right. If I use the ice qi to create an aura, the opponent will sense it. Moreover, it will numb the opponent. It's not the effect of sealing space. It's a totally different feeling. I'm wrong. I should use the power to suppress the sealing intent domain. Let me try. It's still not right. I can only use the power to suppress the opponent who is weaker than me. If I encounter an opponent who is stronger than me, it won't work. How can I achieve the sealing intent domain? It's so troublesome. I wonder what will happen if I combine the ice qi and the power. Ling Xiao continued to try different methods and deductions, but he couldn't achieve the sealing intent domain. He was a little annoyed. Forget it. There are some things that I can't force. I should try to practice the spear technique and the sword technique first. Ling Xiao had to give up on creating the 9th move of the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. It was easy to practice, but hard to create. Since ancient times, all the battle skills had been created by those extremely talented people. It was understandable that Ling Xiao was stuck at the last stage. Once he created the last move, the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art would definitely become a unique and powerful divine skill. As for the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art, it could be used separately, and each move was incomparably powerful. This was already a new battle skill. Now that he wanted to create another spear technique, he could only first practice the Tyrant Dragon Spear technique to understand its profound essence, and then study the main points of the many treasured spear techniques he had collected over the years to create a true spear technique that he needed. The spear focuses on being firm and fierce, and is the king of all weapons. It should display its king's killing aura, and the Tyrant Dragon Spear art has coincidentally reached this point. It is already a very perfect and powerful spear art. However, compared to my Imperial Dragon Heaven extinguishing art, it is still a bit lacking. I want to use the spear art to attack by stabbing, lifting, and flicking, or turn complex into simple. Only then will I be able to achieve the most direct and effective strike, and only then will I be able to produce a great amount of tyrannical might. Ling Xiao muttered to himself while moving the long spear, comprehending the essence of the spear art. Ling Xiao suppressed his divine power and only used ordinary methods to repeatedly thrust, lift, and flick. Doing the simplest movements, he repeated more than 10,000 times a day. This most basic spear technique was the necessary element for any spear technique. At Ling Xiao's level, every move and style had reached the point of turning corrosion into magic. The moves he wanted to create had to be earth-shattering, and only then would it be in line with his identity. Half a year had passed. Ling Xiao had finally comprehended something. He had learned a spear and a sword, which had the same power as the Emperor Dragon heaven-destroying art. Just as Ling Xiao was about to continue comprehending, someone interrupted him and reported that Wu Bufan had come looking for him. Ling Xiao gave up on creating more moves. He got out of the territory of his clan and hurried to the Dragon Gate. Wu Bufan was being entertained by Chang Haoyou. He still had a simple appearance, but his aura had become more and more restrained. He sat there as if his existence could not be sensed. It was as if he had merged with heaven and earth, becoming one with heaven and earth. It was the extraordinary feature of the chaotic fighting body. He was born to be the favored child of heaven and earth. He could receive God's favor, which made him comprehend things much faster than ordinary people. Congratulations, Brother Wu, for entering incipient God realm. No matter how well Wu Bufan had hidden his competence, Ling Xiao could see that Wu Bufan wasn't what he used to be. He had entered incipient God realm. His realm wasn't as simple as just entering incipient God realm. Just like Ling Chen, he had reached the peak of low-level supreme realm. He wasn't far from middle-level supreme realm. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The chaotic fighting body lives up to its reputation. This speed makes people jealous. Wu Bufan stood up and smiled at Ling Xiao. It's all thanks to Brother Ling. Otherwise, Bufan wouldn't be able to have such a glorious day. Back when he was in the primal chaos space, if it wasn't for Ling Xiao's sudden intrusion, he wouldn't have woken up so quickly and reached the peak Divine King realm in one go. And now, he had successfully reached the low-level Supreme Being realm. He appreciated Ling Xiao a lot. Brother Wu, we don't need to be so polite anymore. Come, sit down. Let's see what you've gained in the past 10 years. Ling Xiao said enthusiastically. Of course, I've gained something. But I'm more impressed by the vastness of the heaven area. Xianling continent can't be compared to it. I'm so happy that I've forgotten about home and home. Wu Bufan replied. Then he told Wu Bufan about his gains in the past few years. Ling Xiao listened to Wu Bufan patiently. He only interjected a sentence or two at the right time to show the utmost respect to Wu Bufan. I'm almost done with the Heavenly Dragon domain. I'm thinking of going to the other domains to have a good stroll. I heard that the Black Tortoise Divine Beast exists in the Heavenly Profound domain and the White Tiger Divine Beast has also appeared in the Heavenly Tiger domain. They are my mounts. With Brother Wu's strength, it's easy for you to go wherever you want. But I've told you before that I need you to go to the extraterrestrial area with me. I wonder if Brother Wu is willing to go with me? Ling Xiao asked directly. I owe Brother Ling a favor. Now that Brother Ling has a request, I'm happy to go with you. I've been looking forward to the extraterrestrial area for a long time. When I made my breakthrough, I went to the extraterrestrial area to take a look. It was really an eye-opener. But the extraterrestrial area is vast and boundless. I'm afraid that I'll lose my way. Wu Bufan replied. Brother Wu, you don't need to worry about this. Our forefathers have found 4 different territories. As long as you follow these territories, you won't be afraid of losing your way. Also, there will be fewer dangers, Ling Xiao said. Then he added, however, I'll need Brother Wu's help on this trip. Life and death will be on the line. Brother Wu, you should think about it carefully. No matter what decision you make, Ling Xiao will respect Brother Wu's decision. Brother Ling, you ought to know my decision. I still want to catch up to your cultivation as soon as possible and have a good battle with you. The various tempering and dangers in the outer realm are just the right time to test my current strength. Wu Bufan roared with laughter. If that's the case, prepare for a few days. You will go to the extraterrestrial area. I hope that you can get the other 3 kinds of Genesis stones as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said happily. He knew that Wu Bufan wasn't a lonely person. He had expected that Wu Bufan would agree to go with him. With Wu Bufan's help, it would be much easier for him. Chapter 1634. There were 4 territory roads in the outer space. Each of them was a safe route that had been explored many times by predecessors. The safe route was just relative to the other spaces in the void. There were many dangerous existences on the road. If they couldn't avoid those dangers or have the ability to deal with them, the territory roads wouldn't be easy to travel. Today, the Southern Territory Road had become the most dangerous route. Ordinary incipient God realm experts didn't dare to travel on this road. Even the pirates had to change their route. It showed that the Southern Territory Road wasn't easy to travel. Currently, the Southern Territory Road was divided into 4 groups of the strongest forces. They were fighting in pairs to kill each other cruelly. Among these 4 groups, the battle between the Heaven Source area and the Sky Tiger area was the most eye-catching. The other battle was between the Kim people of the Sky Dragon area and the Dragon Gate members and the new Dragon Slayer Union. The Heaven Source area was led by the Medicine Union. They had gathered 300 Supreme Incipient God Realm experts to besiege the Sha Tian Tiger area's Incipient God Realm experts. 300 Supreme Incipient God Realm experts were just the starting number. The third Hall Master of the Medicine Union had announced that whoever joined them could get the Supreme Pellet to advance directly. It was to attract the Incipient God Realm experts from outer space to fight against the Sky Tiger area. The Medicine Union's force looked strong. However, the force led by the Demon Tiger sect was also very intimidating. Whether it was in terms of fighting capacity or numbers, they subdued the Medicine Union. Thus, the Medicine Union situation was much more serious. At the same time, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate, led by Ling Taimeng and Luo Dongxing, had formed the Sky Dragon League. They had dispatched 100 Supreme Incipient God Realm experts to besiege the Dragon Slayer Union of Baimo and Shadow Horse. At first, the Dragon Slayer Union had recruited many people. However, after the Sky Dragon League's appearance, they had fought several times. Both sides had losses and the Dragon Slayer Union had lost more than they won. However, they seemed to have endless reinforcements. They could replenish their numbers from time to time. Thus, they had been fighting the Sky Dragon League endlessly. When these people started to fight on the Southern Territory Road, this road had become the most dangerous one. There were already very few people who set foot on the Southern Domain Road, but now there were two people who didn't know what was good for them and actually headed towards the Southern Domain Road. Of the two young men, one was extraordinarily handsome, elegant, and dignified. He was the kind of charismatic man that women would fall in love with at first sight. The other was dressed in hemp clothes. His appearance was ordinary, but he gave off the feeling of a big boy. The two of them flew towards the Southern Territory. Along the way, they would occasionally encounter space origin energy, which they absorbed to increase their strength. Among them, the hemp-clothed youth was extremely strange. His absorption method was rather terrifying, and he even absorbed some of the berserk energy. A huge black hole seemed to form around his body. This black hole spun rapidly, sucking in all the power around him. No matter what kind of power it was all sucked into the black hole and disappeared. The handsome young man on the side squinted his eyes and thought to himself, "Brother Wu has indeed comprehended the devouring divine art. Looks like you won't be lonely in the future." The handsome young man and the hemp-clothed youth were Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao had 3 goals for this trip. First, to help the Heavenly Dragon Union and the Medicine Union. Second, to rescue the great Hall Master Tsang Yang from the Lei family. Third, to find the Genesis Stone. And Wu Bufan was the helper he had invited to help him. During this trip to the Southern Territory Road, Ling Xiao had already made up his mind to wander outside for a long time. If he couldn't kill the Dragon Slayer Union, defeat the Demon Tiger tribe, and save Shirt Song Yang, he swore that he wouldn't return to the Heaven Territory. He was forcing himself to complete this task, and at the same time, it was also a decision to train his strength. There is indeed a lot of space origin energy. If this continues, I will be able to advance another level in less than 10 years. Wu Bufan didn't hide his excitement as he said to Ling Xiao. With Brother Wu's competence, advancing is just a piece of cake. Moreover, we're going to stay in outer space for a long time. It's enough time for you to get stronger. Ling Xiao laughed crazily. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having another battle with Brother Ling. Wu Bufan said confidently. Don't worry. I think this battle won't take a long time, Ling Xiao answered. Then he raised his eyes and said, Anyway, we should solve a small problem first. After saying that, Ling Xiao pointed his finger in a certain direction. Swoosh. This finger didn't have much lethality, but it was able to find the person hiding in the dark. Your reflexes aren't bad. A faint sneer arose. At this moment, 5 incipient God realm experts riding different holy beasts appeared in the distance. A dark aura twirled around these 5 people, and their mounts were holy beasts with dark class. The leader was riding a black demon tiger, which was apparently the special mount of the Demon Tiger tribe. Demon Tiger tribe. You've come just in time. Brother Wu can give you some practice. Ling Xiao was surprised. Then he calmly said to Wu Bufan, ordinary incipient God Realm experts would run as far as they could when they met the Demon Tiger tribe. They were famous for their bloodthirsty savagery. As long as they laid their eyes on their enemies, they wouldn't have a good ending. Yeah, I need some practice. It's good that you delivered yourself to my door. Wu Bufan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 5 Demon Tiger tribe warriors glared at them indignantly. Even their enemies would be frightened when they saw them. However, the 2 in front of them didn't run away. They weren't nervous at all. Quite the contrary, they didn't put them in their eyes, which made them angry. 2 brats who are still wet behind their ears. They dare to boast shamelessly. Capture them. I want to imprison them and cut them into pieces, said the leader gloomily. This person was riding on a black demon tiger, holding a long dagger axe in his hand and wearing armor. His aura was awe-inspiring, and he was an existence that had reached the pinnacle of mid-level supremacy realm. His name was Jiang Laiwen, and he had 1 mid-level supremacy realm and 3 low-level supremacy realm subordinates. They were just the members of the Demon Tiger tribe patrolling this area. First, they wanted to recruit some warriors to join their Heaven Tiger territory. Second, they wanted to clean up the incipient God Realm experts who came to support the Medicine League. Thus, when they encountered Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan, they had a strong murderous intention. First, he recognized one of them. It was the only supreme expert of the Heaven Dragon territory, Ling Xiao, and he was a member of the Dragon Gate. He didn't know Ling Xiao's competence. Although Ling Xiao had reached the middle level, he thought that an alchemist's competence was enhanced by pellets and divine items. Thus, his competence should be weak. As for the other one, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. At this moment, the 4 incipient God Realm experts under his command rode their holy beasts and besieged the 2 of them. Ling Xiao didn't want to take action. He wanted to see how strong Wu Bufan was after he had reached the incipient God Realm. You guys should attack me together. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Wu Bufan looked at the 4 experts indifferently. What a big tone. I alone am enough to kill a kid like you. One of the incipient God Realm experts riding a demon armor leopard roared in fear, slashing towards Wu Bufan. This man wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of the low-level supreme expert realm. He used all of his power when he attacked. Black murderous aura diffused everywhere. His mace was like a heavenly hammer smashing down. Before his attack arrived, the surrounding space was already pitch black. Many spaces were shattered. The black leopard shadows besieged him from all directions. The power they created was indeed extraordinary. You're the first incipient God Realm expert to die in my hands. Wu Bufan's ordinary face had a hint of ferocity. He said faintly. He crossed his hands, and a spinning black hole slowly emerged. This black hole became bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it looked like a mysterious bottomless hole, giving people a gloomy feeling. With the sudden appearance of this black hole, a strong wave of sucking power suddenly appeared. In the next moment, everyone saw that the phantom leopards were directly absorbed into the black hole, and there were no more ripples. At the same time, the strong suction also pulled the low-level supreme expert and the demon armor leopard into the black hole. That person finally revealed an extremely panicked look. Damn it! What kind of power is this? As his voice faded, he waved his mace unceasingly. The strongest force smashed towards the black hole. He wanted to destroy this cave mansion. I've said it before. You're the first incipient God Realm expert to die in my hands. I'll give you a quick death. Wu Bufan said faintly. His body moved and the black hole followed him. It charged towards the incipient God Realm expert. Divine beast of primordial chaos, devouring all things. The black hole's power increased. The cave entrance became bigger and the suction became more violent. Everything within 10,000 meters flew towards the black hole uncontrollably. The surrounding people also felt the terrifying suction force, and they all used their divine power to stabilize their bodies. However, Jizun and the demon-armored leopard, who were closest to the black hole, suffered the most terrifying suction force. It was already too late for them to retreat. That person and the demon armor leopard were directly sucked into the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared in front of people without leaving a trace. The demon tiger tribe experts felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. A flow of cold air rushed up from the soles of their feet. This kind of murderous attack was something they had never seen or heard before. It was too strange and terrifying. Damn it, let's work together and kill this strange brat. Jiang Liwen revealed a grave expression as he cried out in alarm. The three incipient God Realm experts pulled themselves together. They immediately launched their strongest long-range attacks at Wu Bufan. They didn't dare to approach Wu Bufan as they were afraid that they would end up like their companion. Come at me fiercely. Wu Bufan's face showed his fighting spirit. Both of his palms were constantly moving. His power was increasing unceasingly. The black hole was enlarging, and the suction force was expanding. It absorbed many attacks, preventing them from reaching his body. Chapter 1635. The Devour Divine ability is a divine ability unique to Chaos Divine Beasts. With this divine ability, they can devour everything in the world, be it mountains, glaciers, lightning. As long as they want to devour it, they can devour everything. The Chaos Divine Beast that Ling Xiao encountered in the Profound Sky region was first seriously injured by the Ice Blade Union and then dealt with by the 13th Prince of the Golden Dragon. Ling Xiao obtained the Chaos Divine Beast's divine body. Ling Xiao only took part of its blood essence and beast core, the rest was given to Wu Bufan. In the past 10 years, Wu Bufan had already comprehended the divine ability of the Chaos Divine Beast. Obviously, he had comprehended it from the blood essence of the Chaos Divine Beast. The Devour Divine ability displayed by Wu Bufan was almost exactly the same as the Chaos Divine Beast. The only difference was that Wu Bufan did not use his body to directly absorb the blood essence. Instead, he transformed it into the void. This method was much more perfect than that of the 10th rank Chaos Divine Beast. The Supreme Being and demon-armored leopard that he had just absorbed were dragged into the black hole. It was the most mysterious and terrifying space. No matter who entered it, it was almost impossible to find the way out. This kind of profound method was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He could feel a trace of threat from the black hole. I don't know if I should be happy or unlucky to have such an opponent. Maybe he should be my friend. Ling Xiao had mixed feelings in his heart. He and Wu Bufan had not reached the stage where they could exchange their hearts. He had always been wary of Wu Bufan. After all, Wu Bufan and Yuan Zhantian were not the same kind of people. Wu Bufan was born to be an emperor. He was definitely not someone who was willing to be left out. Once he became strong to a certain extent, perhaps he would reveal his ambition. Even if Ling Xiao had the exquisite heart, he couldn't see through Wu Bufan's thoughts. He had already turned into chaos and isolated himself from the outside world. The three supreme beings and saint beasts attacked Wu Bufan at the same time. Their attacks were all absorbed by Wu Bufan's black hole and did not cause any harm to him. However, Wu Bufan did not have it as easy as he thought. He had to rely on his divine power to support the black hole. If Wu Bufan only defended and didn't attack, he wouldn't be able to withstand so many attacks. Sooner or later, he would be defeated. Jiang Liwen also noticed this and immediately shouted, "Hurry up and attack. He won't be able to hold on for much longer." "Ha, do you really think that's all?" Wu Bufan sneered and changed his attack again. He pushed the black hole towards the three of them. It was like a black vortex enveloping them, but the power of the sucking did not decrease at all. The three of them were scared out of their wits and immediately scattered. The middle-level supreme martial artist among them let out a furious roar and leaped down from the Saint Beast. He raised his large saber and slashed down wildly. "Trying to mystify us, die." The strength of this middle-level sovereign was much more tyrannical than the previous one. Numerous black blade images tore through the sky like black snakes that roared and hissed, sealing Wu Bufan's surroundings. The strength of a middle-level sovereign was stronger than Wu Bufan's. Whether he could withstand this attack or not, it could be seen how powerful Wu Bufan was. Wu Bufan revealed a slightly serious expression and formed a seal with his palms. Another black hole appeared and transferred its power to the sucking. However, this was only the prelude. Immediately after, numerous black holes appeared in the surrounding space like huge black eyes. The power of the sucking suddenly increased by a lot. Clusters of revolving devouring power devoured the turbulent astral winds within 100,000 miles, creating a devouring storm. A total of 8 devouring black holes appeared around Wu Bufan. 2 of the devouring black holes had already enveloped the others. Even Jiang Liwen was engulfed by 2 devouring black holes. The middle-level sovereign who came to kill Wu Bufan was instantly shocked. His power was actually absorbed by the sucking and his entire body was almost devoured. Fortunately, he was barely able to resist the power of the sucking and immediately retreated. "You can't escape," Wu Bufan said faintly. He took a strange step and his speed was actually able to catch up to the middle-level sovereign at the incipient god realm. As Wu Bufan moved, the 2 black holes beside him also floated up. In the blink of an eye, Wu Bufan caught up to the escaping middle-level sovereign. He raised his hand and pushed his palm forward. His strength instantly increased by more than 10 times and the power of the sucking rapidly sucked towards the head of the middle-level sovereign. The middle-level sovereign was scared out of his wits. He immediately exerted all his strength to counterattack and destroy Wu Bufan's black hole. However, it was a pity that all of this was futile. Wu Bufan's other hand moved once more, and the power of the other devouring black hole rapidly increased, pulling the mid-level sovereign much closer to it. He was just a little bit away from being completely sucked into the black hole. "Damn it, I don't believe that you can really devour everything without being destroyed." Black snake, explode. The middle-level sovereign finally made up his mind in despair. He actually ordered the rank 11 black snake he was riding on to explode. The black snake was his saint beast that had signed a master-servant contract with him. If its master wanted it to die, it had no choice but to die. The black-patterned snake hissed. Its huge body twisted and released its power. Its beast core began to self-destruct. Bang! A terrifying sound rang out, and the terrifying power caused the surrounding space to churn endlessly. Ling Xiao, who was far away, had no choice but to use his power to protect himself. He didn't want the power of the explosion to splash on his body. "I wonder if Brother Wu will be able to take this blow," Ling Xiao thought to himself. If he was at the same realm as Wu Bufan, he would definitely be severely injured if he took this attack. The surrounding devouring black holes had already disappeared. Jiang Liwen was fine as he was at the peak of the middle-level sovereign. He could avoid being devoured by the black holes. However, the other 2 low-level sovereigns and their saint beasts were nowhere to be seen. Damn it, could this kid be a divine beast of chaos? Jiang Liwen guessed and cursed in his heart. According to Jiang Liuwen's historical records, only divine beasts of chaos were capable of the devouring ability. That was why he made such a guess. The middle-level sovereign that made his saint beast explode fled back to Jiang Liuwen's side in a sorry state. His divine body was also injured by the explosion of the black snake. "Sir, that person is really strange. However, the explosion of the black snake must have seriously injured him," the middle-level sovereign said with a hopeful look. When the smoke dissipated, a figure appeared in the distance. He was still dressed in linen clothes, but there were a few more injuries on his body. It couldn't hide his sorry state. "It seems like the first battle wasn't perfect enough." Wu Bufan smiled bitterly at Ling Xiao. He circulated his divine art, and the light of the 5 elements appeared around him. The 5 great divine beasts appeared behind him, and his aura was close to that of a mid-level supreme being. He took quick steps and charged towards Jiang Liwen and that mid-level supreme being. This time, he didn't use the devouring black hole because it would consume too much divine energy. Furthermore, it might not be enough to deal with the 2 middle-level sovereigns. Therefore, he used the power of the heavenly water pearl. This was a power that Ling Xiao had seen before. However, after the transformation of the chaotic energy, the power of the origin of water was even more powerful. Blue palm prints enveloped the two of them as if a black tortoise had suddenly appeared. Could this be the legendary chaotic battle body? Jiang Liwen was someone who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he had a wide range of knowledge. He exclaimed the moment he saw the spectacle that Wu Bufan had created. However, they didn't have the time to confirm it. Instead, they started fighting Wu Bufan at the same time. Jiang Liwen didn't want to participate in the battle, but after witnessing Wu Bufan's strength, he had no choice but to take this matter seriously. He wanted to capture Wu Bufan alive and use their evil techniques to control him. That would be perfect for the demonic tiger clan. Wu Bufan was facing two opponents at the same time. Furthermore, both of them were stronger than him, but he wasn't in a disadvantageous position at the start. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling astonished. This is the greater success stage of the chaotic battle body. He's finally showing his talent. Back when Ling Xiao was at the peak of low-level supreme martial artist, he could only deal with ordinary mid-level supreme martial artists with his physical strength. He didn't have the confidence to deal with a mid-level supreme martial artist like Jiang Liwen and had to rely on his divine soul doppelganger. Wu Bufan took strange steps and brandished his profound palm techniques, raising the power of the extreme water pearl to the limit. Chaotic energy was vaguely emitted, displaying his formidable strength. However, he was still weaker in terms of cultivation, allowing Jiang Liwen's tiger spear to break through his defense. It was also at this moment that Wu Bufan started to show signs of being in a disadvantageous position. The chaotic battle body is powerful, but you're still lacking. Kid, submit to our demonic tiger sect. We can help you reach a higher level. With Jiang Liwen's powerful strength, he forced Wu Bufan to retreat, while the other middle-level sovereign became a spectator. As Jiang Liwen launched another attack, Ling Xiao finally made his move. He moved like a hurricane, appearing behind Jiang Liwen in the blink of an eye. His Wind God's kick landed heavily on Jiang Liwen's back. As soon as Jiang Liwen sensed the danger, he immediately suffered a heavy blow, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. Wu Bufan's crisis was instantly resolved. "Brother Wu, I'll leave the other one to you. I'll deal with this one," Ling Xiao said to Wu Bufan. Wu Bufan grinned and said, "I can't make up for the difference in our cultivation, but I've learned my limits. Leave him to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Bufan dashed towards the other middle-level sovereign. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Wu Bufan. He was sure that Wu Bufan hadn't used his full strength yet, since the chaotic energy was the most powerful force. Perhaps he'll only release it when his life is on the line. Ling Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, Jiang Liwen's tiger spear was already stabbing towards Ling Xiao's throat. Die! Chapter 1636. In Jiang Liwen's opinion, although Ling Xiao's rank was higher than Wu Bufan's, he felt that Ling Xiao was definitely not as strong as Wu Bufan. An alchemist was an alchemist after all. How could his foundation be compared to the chaotic combat body? However, this thrust of his spear contained 10 layers of power. He had to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, so that the Gold Clan and the Sky Dragon School could feel the pain, and then they could work together to take down the chaotic body. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao was an opponent even more terrifying than Wu Bufan. Before his tiger spear could reach Ling Xiao had already raised his hand and directly slapped at the tiger spear. "What?" Jiang Liwen exclaimed in his heart. He never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to use his bare hands to clash with his tiger spear. This was simply courting death. However, when his tiger spear came into contact with Ling Xiao's palm, his tiger spear was actually broken. Jiang Liwen's expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to retreat, Ling Xiao's palm had already followed him like a shadow and pressed on his chest. Bang! Jiang Liwen's chest was ruthlessly slapped by Ling Xiao. He screamed in pain and his divine body actually directly exploded. Jiang Liwen was scared out of his wits. He immediately reformed his physical body and wanted to escape as fast as he could. At the same time, he called for his black demon tiger to temporarily break away from him. The black demon tiger was a mid-level 11th rank existence. It roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao to bite. However, Ling Xiao used the storm movement technique and arrived above Jiang Liaowen's head without even touching a hair on his body. "No, don't kill me!" Jiang Liaowen cried out with an extremely terrified expression. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Ling Xiao sneered and punched out with an ice fist, freezing Jiang Liaowen. Freezing him first would make it much easier to control him later. As for the black demon tiger, Ling Xiao did not kill it. Instead, he sealed it in ice. The dark snow-cold energy was similar to the heavenly jewels, and it was the most basic and ultimate power. No matter man or beast, without some powerful methods, it would be impossible to break out of the seal. "Brother Wu, don't kill him. I want him alive." Ling Xiao shouted at Wu Bufan in another direction. At this moment, Wu Bufan had already forced the mid-level supreme being into a desperate situation, beating him into a sorry state. "All right, I'll keep him alive for you." Wu Bufan bellowed and increased the power of his attack, causing the body of that person to explode again and again. He himself also suffered some light injuries, but his recovery speed was not inferior to Ling Xiao. That mid-level sovereign realm expert's aura had already weakened a long time ago. In the end, he was captured alive by Wu Bufan and handed over to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and sealed him in ice as well. Then he said to Wu Bufan, "Brother Wu, protect me. I'm going to subdue them." A strange look flashed across Wu Bufan's eyes. He did not ask much and nodded his head gently. Then, he distanced himself from Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't waste too much time. He had the two people in front of him under control. Then, Ling Xiao immediately retrieved their memories to find out what happened on the Southern Region Road. So, the Dragon Extermination Union is also supported by the demonic Tiger Clan. No wonder old ancestor Tai Meng and Elder Luo couldn't exterminate them for the time being. The demonic Tiger Clan's forces are mainly based on the Western Region Road. Initially, there weren't many people in the Southern Region Road. But now, all of them have moved to the Southern Region Road. They want to eliminate all the supreme beings in the Tianyuan region and the Dragon Gate at the same time. Only then can they invade these two regions. How ambitious! Ling Xiao muttered to himself with a solemn expression. He did not expect the demonic Tiger Clan to be so powerful. They even planned to eliminate all the supreme beings in the Tianyuan region and control all the alchemists in the Tianyuan region before slowly invading the other regions. The demonic Tiger Clan had such an appetite because their people were getting stronger and stronger. Not to mention, the return of an old ancestor had boosted their confidence. So the demonic Tiger sect has become so powerful. I must inform the third palace master and old ancestor Tai Meng about this. Ling Xiao suddenly became anxious. Then he called Wu Bufan over and hurried towards the area where the supreme beings of the Tianyuan region were gathered. After flying for several days, they encountered some supreme beings and incipient god realm experts fighting. They observed for a while and confirmed that it was a battle between the Tianyuan region and the Heavenly Tiger region. At this time, the Tianyuan region's experts were in a difficult situation. Their fighting competence was not a match for the Heavenly Tiger region's experts. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan appeared in time. The addition of these two great experts immediately changed the situation of the battle. In the end, a total of 12 experts of the Heavenly Tiger region were killed. Ling Xiao absorbed their god souls and his god soul realm finally improved a little. Of the 8 experts of the Tianyuan region, 2 were killed. 6 of them were still alive, but they were also injured badly. "Thank you, Deputy Palace Master and this friend, for saving us." Among the 6 experts of the Tianyuan region, one of them recognized Ling Xiao and immediately thanked Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Elder Wu is too polite. Can you take me to see the third palace master?" "No problem, but it might not be a peaceful journey." Those B** stards of the Heavenly Tiger region are getting more and more savage. Once our people make a move, they seem to know in advance. I suspect that there is a traitor among us. Elder Wu patted his chest and answered. Let's talk about this when we reach the third palace master. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. He thought to himself, even if there is a traitor, you can't say it out loud. Isn't that beating the grass to scare the snake? Subsequently, under the guidance of these people, Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan finally arrived at the base of the Tianyuan region. This wasn't a very large land space. There were many supreme beings patrolling nearby to prevent enemies from approaching. With others leading the way, Ling Xiao naturally entered the land space smoothly. Ling Xiao could sense that many of the people here had messy breaths. Clearly, they had sustained serious injuries and had yet to recover. At this time, Ling Xiao finally saw Lian Haogong, Zhuo Xinghong, and several peak incipient God realm experts sitting together. Surprisingly, one of them was his ancestor, Ling Tai. Greetings, Ancestor Tai Meng, 2 palace masters. Ling Xiao said happily. Kid, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the clan? Ling Taimeng scolded Ling Xiao impolitely. When he left the clan, he had ordered Ling Bo and the others not to allow Ling Xiao to come to the outer space. After all, Ling Xiao's identity was too important to the development of the Kim people. Thus, they absolutely didn't want Ling Xiao to come to the outer space. If something happened to him, it would be a huge loss. Ling Xiao didn't tell the patriarch and the others that he had come out this time. Ling Xiao revealed a dry smile and said, I also want to contribute to the clan, but I can't do it quietly in the clan. Please forgive me, ancestor. Kid, don't you know that the future of our clan depends on you? No, I'll immediately send someone to escort you back. Ling Taimeng objected. I think we should just let him be. Since he's already here, it's not safe to go back now. Lian Haogong said with a smile from the side. Then he said, moreover, it's not like anything will happen to him. Half a year ago, this kid helped our guild solve the problem of the Thunder Clan. Thus, Lian Haogong briefly told everyone about the Thunder Clan's invasion of their Medicine Alliance guild half a year ago. When everyone heard that Ling Xiao actually had 100 god corpses, their eyes became fanatical. Ling Taimeng obviously didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a backing. He immediately said, all right, since you're not afraid of death, then stay here obediently. However, you can't leave my side and act alone. Yes, ancestor. That's right, I have something to tell you. Ling Xiao replied happily. Then, he went straight to the point and told everyone the information he had obtained from the memories of the Devil Tiger race. What? The Devil Tiger race is so ambitious. Could it be that they want to swallow the entire heaven region? Zhuo Xinghong was the first to shout in a deep voice. No wonder the Devil Tiger race has restrained themselves for so many years. It seems that they have completely dominated the Sky Tiger region. Now, they are moving towards our Tianyuan region and enslaving us alchemists to be used by the Devil Tiger race. What a big appetite! Lian Haogong narrowed his eyes, a strong killing intent flashing across his eyes. The two of them weren't the strongest in the Tianyuan region, but they had the most right to speak. The few peak sovereigns beside them had to listen to their commands and protect their safety. Looks like it's necessary to gather the armies of the other regions to fight together. A peak sovereign of the Tianyuan region said. However, Ling Taimeng said, there have to be people who believe in our words. Otherwise, it's not worth it to be bitten by the Devil Tiger race. That's right. We have to think about this carefully, Lian Haogong replied. At this time, Ling Xiao said, I wonder where the people of the Heaven Tiger region are? They're not too far from us. They're near the first spatial base on the Southern Domain Road. They're preventing anyone from going to the Southern Domain Road. At the same time, they're also coming to kill us from time to time. It can be said that the entrance to the Southern Domain Road has already been sealed by them. Zhuo Xinghong replied. Then they'll probably come to provoke us? Ling Xiao asked again. At this time, Ling Taimeng said bluntly, why are you asking so much? Do you have the ability to destroy them all? If possible, I really want to try. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present became extremely strange. Their eyes were filled with indifference. How could a mid-level sovereign, an alchemist, have the ability to kill hundreds of supremes and incipient god realm experts? Even the top 10 existences on the sovereign list wouldn't dare to say such words. This was simply daydreaming. Hee, alchemist god Ling really knows how to joke. At this time, a high-level sovereign among these people said with a smile. This high-level sovereign's body was filled with light elemental energy, giving off an invincible feeling. At first glance, people would think that he was a very righteous person. He had a warm smile on his face, easily giving people a sense of closeness. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.